Oh man, how's it going? How is everybody? How is everybody? Another beautiful.
How's it going? How is
Oh,
everybody?
there we go. Oh, turning the volume on would help on my computer. So StreamYards is playing games and they're telling me nobody's in here. But I can see on my phone there's a few people watching. So hello, hello. How's everybody doing? I'm Godless Sewing, and it is actually in the 70s today here in Southern California. It's another beautiful day. That's kind of why I put my title as Monday Night Thaw, because I knew it was going to be a hot one today. How's it going, Commander? Oh, that's awful. Someone broke the seal on the back of the trailer. I have to wait until they tell me what to do. It's aggravating. I have no idea whether I have to work today because someone. That's awful. How's it going, Phoenix? I would much rather be playing than doing time consuming adulting things than I just have to do. Understandable, understandable. At least it's not effing Blizzard. Yeah, it was unreal. Like, I'm sweating right now. It's so hot. It was so hot today. Well, because we actually had a real winter this year. And the sad thing is that like I know people aren't even halfway through it. And I'm like, oh, winter's over. No, we're probably gonna have another storm. It's probably gonna rain more, but what can you do, Oh man, StreamYards is really messing with me today. So I need suggestions for my project. I definitely need suggestions. I'm looking for suggestions. If anyone has suggestions, I'm participating in So Frugal 2023 and I need suggestions. If you have any websites or anything that definitely drop it in the chat because Commander, why are you not blue? That's weird. I thought I did that last time. There you go. You are now blue. But if anyone has any suggestions, let me know because I definitely I've already made a few things, but I'm kind of like I'm not necessarily stumped, but I'm an over enthusiastic sewer. Get stuffed penguin and make a spacesuit for. Hey, that's not a bad idea. I have this weird rat, and I was thinking about making a Boston Bruins jersey over it. Mood Fabrics is a starting off point. Also, you can self-draft a garment. Oh, self-draft a garment. Definitely. Definitely. Oh, okay. You can self-draft a garment. Well, that changes everything. I have quite a few forms in here that I made a while ago. I have this giant cardboard cutout of the bigger vests I used to make, and I would use them for my leather and all of my pleather work. Oh man. I wonder if it's my computer, but StreamYards is really not participating. I know you guys can hear me because I can see the chat, but it is strange because I can't see much in StreamYards today. But I completely improved on the Cowboys jersey. I may or may not have added. This is officially a Godless Sewing jersey now. I absolutely love this thing. And I took an old, rusty, dusty Dallas Cowboys jersey, washed. Whoever wore this before lived in this thing. I had to wash the hobo out of it. But once I got the shame and cigarette smell out of this thing, it came out perfect. I took the nameplate off. And fun fact, hey, Kilroy, how's it going? How's it going? Man, StreamYard is not letting me know. Fun fact, they glue these on. These, at least the older throwback jerseys. So they sell them for hundreds of dollars and they use like the cheapest adhesive and the cheapest material possible. It took me I couldn't believe how cheaply made that was. I made a transporter for the penguin. I made a transporter for the penguins and used the next generation transporter sound in the video I'm going to post Friday or Saturday. I saw whatever you put out recently. I absolutely love your animation. It is top tier compared to most people that I see. Oh, and Kilroy, I want you to see my glasses. These are prescription. They're both function and fashion at the same time. Bam. So if you're wondering why I can mysteriously see the chat, it's because I'm ready to go today. I'm such a geek. I couldn't resist getting. I saw these at my local dollar store because I am so frugal and I couldn't resist. Oh man. So, how's everybody doing? I have a ton of fabric to go through, an absolute ton of fabric. I haven't decided what I'm going to make for wow, I've made a few things. Like I said, I don't necessarily want to reveal them yet, but depending on what it is, I'm probably going to make a jacket. Because, you know, if you're a one trick pony, hey, at least do that one trick. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. BCGs. Oh man. It is Monday night. Let me see what okay. So who here remembers laser discs? I was trying to think about like what got me into my obsession with anime as a child. Because I have a ton of old school anime videos here in my sewing room. And a long time ago, my brother took me to a party, and on a laser disc, everybody was watching Akira. And those giant plates have a piece of media. Absolutely. So I have quite a few laser discs. And I'm actually looking for Akira. But it reminded me of like I saw it in the 80s, back when laser discs were like the future. Back when we all thought we lived on the future. There were mirrors on the ceiling everywhere. It was gross. It was left over from the 70s. I've never saw laser discs. I never rolled into wealthy enough crowds for laser discs. It was one of those weird things. And it absolutely solidified my obsession with anime in general. But I've been cleaning out my sewing room and I've been cleaning out everything in here. And I found a ton of laser discs. Like I have Terminator 2, The Nutty Professor, the original, because I'm an oops baby, so I'm all about the originals. Hey Liz, how's it going? How's it going? I barely remember them. They were like these giant, huge CDs that the teachers would play stuff on. They were record size. They were giant well, they're not compact discs, but they're giant CDs. I miss those days. I absolutely miss those days. I swore those were the future. Do you think they could make that movie today? The Nutty Professor? Which one? The Nutty Professor, T2, the original Nutty Professor? I don't know. We have lost our minds with political correctness, so I don't know if the average person can hang with the old school. Do you know? I watch a lot of like World War II era stuff. They say some really offensive stuff about Japanese and German people, especially the World War II. The movie, like I watch a lot of old war movies, and they do not hold back. And you couldn't say half of this stuff in public what they say in the movies, which always makes me laugh because we act like they were so reserved back then when like they really weren't. No, don't. Well, they did with Eddie Murphy. I absolutely loved those versions. Those were my movies. A lot of movies they couldn't make today, or they would ruin by using computers instead of old school effects. I agree. And that's one thing about like old school what's up, dude? That's the one thing about old school movies in general. Like, I don't think people understand the amount of love that was put into those movies. The sets were hand painted. The guy walking in the background was planned. Every single thing down to every blade of grass was planned. You can tell I'm a stand for old black and whites and old school movies. Yeah, they could make. See, here's my thing. They could make the one with Eddie Murphy. Here's my thing. I'm biased towards the originals. Like, even I still listen to a lot of hip hop. The second I hear a remake of a remake of a remake, I'm like, oh, I'm too old for this. I am way too old for this. So it just depends. I'm one of those people, like, I'll sit here all day and say, oh, I hate remakes, but I'm obsessed with the 90s, early 2000s Battlestar Galactica, you know? So it is what it is. And I watch all the new Star Treks, but I don't feel like going off on that too much. Well, when people say offensive things about Germans and Japanese in movies, which are about World War One, I think you can get away with it because it's basically has relevance to the plot. I agree, but they say things that are like flat out racist, you know. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's you know what? There's a difference between like freedom of speech, being edgy, and like we just do not talk like that anymore, you know? And I think throwaway TV bumps and logos have more heart in them than lots of movies. If you get bored on YouTube, type in Tuesday night movie, Wednesday night movie. I'm obsessed with the UK's Wednesday night and Thursday night movies. Obsessed. I can sit here all day and go through my YouTube and show you all the weird stuff I watch. They are better than most of the stuff that's out nowadays. But outside of that context, it would be uncalled for. See, that's the problem. Like, really, where is that line? And it always depends on who's talking, and because things that are offensive to me wouldn't necessarily be offensive to somebody else, you know? Or have we become so myopic in our society that we can't like if there's something that's not for me, I don't participate. If I'm not into something, I'll walk away from it, you know? It's one of those weird things. But I've been weathered and leathered by life, so I don't know. Hands loves all this. Liz, how are you? I found a bunch of really, really cool movies. Like there's an old school Jonestown movie that has LeVar Burton. I believe his name is Topher Grace. Like a bunch of old school actors. And it's awesome. I absolutely loved that movie. YouTube has a lot of hidden gems on it. You just gotta find them. That's the crazy thing about YouTube in general. But I don't know. I don't think what do you think? I think a lot of people wouldn't be able to hang with most movies from back in the day at all. Hey, how's it going? How's it going? Alibaba Furball, how's it going? But you know, the older I get, I'm turning into that old man who's like, get off my lawn and where's my laser discs? So I'm cleaning out my mess. I'm going through all my hoarding because once every 6 or 7 months I go through this weird phase where I pull all my monitors out. More than like fabric, more than anything else, I hoard electronics. I have a Nintendo 64, two Segas, like 3 or 4 Game Boys. Like I am so weird. And I have monitors. I have monitors everywhere. Just in this room right now, not even counting computers. Well, I have well, of course I have to watch the highlights of the Canadians game from probably yesterday. But I have hockey going. I turned off the television in front of me because it's distracting during a live stream, and I end up just watching the next generation instead of participating in my own live stream. I before the pandemic, in a really weird way, in my hoarding ways, I went around purchasing a bunch of stuff, you know. And because I'm a hoarder, I'm like, oh, someday I'll deal with it. Someday I'll deal with it. Excuse me. Then we were stuck in our house for a year. Do you know what's so sad is when I was a kid, I was obsessed with Sonic 2, the video game. That was my game. I played that game all the way until I had a PlayStation. When I bought a Sega, it had all the Sonic games. I plugged in the Sega, started playing the game, and I beat the game within like an hour and a half. Because the muscle memory was still there from all the million times that I had played that game. And I think that's what it is. Nostalgia sells. Just how during the Super Bowl, when Michael Keaton was in the Flash commercial, I yelped. I yelped. I was like, oh, you know, standard, shut up and take my money. You know, standard. Hoarders makes antiques possible to feature. Do you know what's so funny? It's true. That's why I always say Alibaba. Like I always say, I wonder how these sewing machines made their way into my life. I truly do. Like I want to know everyone's story because every single one of them is going to be unique. And then one day someone's going to find out that this crazy guy owned a sewing machine that they have, you know, and they're going to be like, wow, godless sewing was off the chain. I'm not rich enough to be a minimalist, but I got a bunch of crap around to take parts off. That's one thing. I do cheat with those older sewing machines. I'm sorry, with the modern sewing machines, I use them for parts. I definitely use them for parts. And when I made the suggestion of making a spacesuit and putting it on Sub Penguin, if you don't do that, give me pictures and I'll try to oh, I'm down. I definitely will. You totally reminded me. I have this weird rat, and I'm gonna make a little mini Boston Bruins jersey and put it on the rat because that's how much I do not like the Boston Bruins. And the funny thing is, like, I'll hate watch. I can't even hate watch that team. They're so dirty. I was born with little coordination, so I suck at video games, but I'll try. You don't. There are certain games you don't necessarily have to have the best coordination. You know what? I purchased the dumbest thing on earth. Where is it? It's a Duck Commander video game. It's the guy, those oh, the Duck Commander guys, those weirdo Christian guys that had this show. It's a shotgun. That's what the game is literally here. It's right here because I play it all the time. And I bought this thing secondhand, so I did not support people that I do not support. But I purchased it at my local not so 99-cent store, and it's actually cool. It's like simulated duck hunt and frog hunt, all the stuff you would do in the country, beaver shooting. Oh, sorry, Commander, your channel is awesome. I checked it out. Absolutely, Commander's channel is amazing. Commander 401, that spacesuit is for the penguin would end up looking like a play dog. Just Star Trek or Star Wars. I'm a Star Trek stan, but I love Star Wars, and I read Star Wars books. I'm a geek. Like, I get deep into the world of geekness. I absolutely love Star Wars books. That's why when they started coming out with the new movies, they changed a lot of things. Like, just the whole Legacy series is negated now because of I can't even remember the name of the movie now. Whichever one, the first one that had Kylo Ren in it. No, because you just have a bubble helmet for the penguin. I love the bubble helmet look. Doesn't have to look like a. I like that nostalgia to the max. Absolutely. Somewhere in the past 5 years, a switch flipped in me, and now I can and will spend hours playing cards on the computer. I've turned into that old guy from Pawn Stars. My mom does that. I tell her all the time, I was like, I'm going to take you to Vegas so you can actually make money off of this. She plays solitaire just all day long. Like, I'll walk in her office and she's clicking it off because she knows I'm going to call her out. I'm thinking more like Star Trek, even though like the ships that I have. Oh, yeah. That's okay. I think we all kind of blend in all the genres. Like, if you've seen any of my videos, I will throw a clip in from Babylon 5, Star Trek. I'm obsessed with the Darth Vader Star Wars clip for when at the end of, I believe it's what's that movie? It's the good one. The one about the rebels, I can't remember, but in the last 5 minutes when Darth Vader comes out and he does all the Darth Vader stuff. I once met someone who didn't like Star Wars, and we never began. Commander 401, it looks Buck Rogers. I was obsessed with Buck Rogers as well. Star Wars is awesome. And I'm not encouraging a gambling habit at all. Not at all. Disclaimer, do not take any legal, social, or blah 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 advice from Godless Zoe. But I had a bit of a gambling habit, and my video game obsession is what saved my gambling habit. Like, I would win all the time. Do you know, it's so strange being able to see. I'm so used to being blind and having blurry vision that it's almost odd to me that I can see. But function over fashion, as they say. StreamYard is really messing up tonight. Maybe it always is, and I just don't notice because I can't see because my computer's far away. So, what's everybody working on this evening? I'm still deciding on what I'm gonna make. I found this super gangster fabric, and we have to have a talk. I want to know what everyone thinks. I'm one of those people where I don't care what people think about me. I do not care. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I try to avoid these colors, but I fell in love with this. And I bought 4 yards of this giant bandana material, basically. And it's a bit of a controversy in the fashion world because people will say, oh, certain neighborhoods But like, I've never been a person to fold to weird social like demands like that. Like, I think people should be able to wear whatever they want to, not wherever, be aware of your surroundings. I can't believe how much gambling's taken off in the past 3 years. There are so many sports gambling. Yes. That's because it got deregulated by Trump and now it's weirdly legal. They're trying to make it legal here in California, and like that'll be game over for Nevada, because most people, like, on the weekends, I live 3.5 hours away from like the border, 4 hours away from Vegas. People from California go every weekend. I'm not saying it would kill the industry, but like, if people got to gamble at their house, what do you need Vegas for? So they're trying to make it legal here, and we're getting all these ads of like, don't ruin your life. Working on a serial killer book. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. I'm hoping that they'll just send me home, and it's supposed to be yes. It's crazy weather here too. Absolutely crazy weather. Canada has so many online gambling too. Not just it's it. Okay. But we had crazy laws, because I admittedly am and used to be a compulsive gambler. And the problem is I was winning. I was winning all the time. And so I kept coming back. I kept coming back and I kept coming back. And like it became the thing to do when my ex-wife or her husband would pick up my son. I would go to Vegas. Be like, oh, see you on Sunday. I'll pick him up on my way home, So it's dangerous. Gambling is in general is dangerous for anyone who has an addictive personality. I was thinking the same thing. Like, I don't care about social norms. I might even do a white inside. I was really thinking about I'm obsessed with the long coat look right now. But just after one day of it being 68 degrees, I'm kind of already not ready for summer. And I say that every single year. Every single year. Seems like a world thread. UK too. Yeah, gambling is unreal. Oh no, I hope they send you home, Commander. Absolutely. I wish I was sewing a new corset. Adulting business things instead. Yikes. Yikes. Like I always say to Liz, adulting ages you. Yeah, exactly. Yuck. Right now, I'm scheming as to where and or how I can fit more books into my space. I have that same problem. I actually have a rule for myself that I can no longer buy any books until I finish the ones that I have intentions on reading, which makes me laugh. I completely forgot yesterday, and keep in mind, I bought this to finish the collection because I almost have all of them. Gilroy totally reminded me. I bought this yesterday at my local thrift store. Good old Richard Dawkins. I'm like competing with myself. Good old Richard Dawkins. And I've already listened to it online completely. It's for my collection. Adulting is so offensive. I agree. I thought the long coat and a bag with some fabric. I agree. I like that idea. I really do. 68 degrees. It was like summer today. It was unreal. It was absolutely. I also need to find my polka dot bikini bottoms. They are Mia. Kindle has become my friend. Now books don't take up that. That's my storage. Like, I'm gonna have to befriend a bodybuilder or someone who's competed in the world's strongest, because that's basically I'm the guy who has boxes of books. And because I couldn't let it go, I have my grandfather's Encyclopedia Britannica in storage. The Blind Watchmaker was also a good one. Absolutely. And I think that's the thing. Like, I'm tactile. And so I love sitting down and reading the book. I'm addicted to coffee. There's nothing better than sitting down with a good book and a cup of coffee, you know? I only read The God Delusion of his. Now that I'm out of the angry atheist phase, I'm like, who cares, dude? Same. No, I agree. I am the same way, but I always because I'm in a I live in a very Christian, Mormon, Jewish world. So I'm constantly being asked, why are you an atheist? Why do you have godless on your patch? Why are this or that? So I'm just brushing up on my arguments. Do you know I miss Portland, Oregon? I went crazy when I found I think there was a bookstore on 2nd Street. They had books for $2. I bought a book from the 1800s there. It's actually my steampunk book. I still have it. It taught me how to use steam and compression. I'm the same way. And I had every Carl Sagan book ever made on a Kindle, and Isaiah broke it years ago. Someone made a suggestion that when they saw the golden Trump statue in my last video that I should put wings. I agree. Be careful, Liz. We're gonna tie a rope to your foot. That sounds like Mr. Larry on working like a working jerk. I work early in the morning, so you won't hear me complaining. I don't even know what you would call my shift anymore. Like, I get up when everyone's asleep. I go to work, come back, go to sleep, wake up the kid, go back to sleep. My shift is never off, always on. Okay, so let's get frugal. All right, so I'm kind of piratey with the rules. So, what should I make? And I was thinking about making 2 coats. I was thinking about making the bandana coat and I was thinking about making the same coat in this material just to offset it. I don't know. And this is red. I got to argue with someone earlier when they said that's orange, and I was like, this is red. Well, not necessarily argument. They were trying to see how nearsighted I was. Absolutely. Make that paper. I'm a capitalist first. I am all about capitalism. I have to take these off. Do you know I don't think my eyeballs are used to wearing my glasses anymore. That's so sad. Oh man, I'm blind. I am so vain that about every 6 or 7 years I have to go get a new prescription on my glasses because I don't wear them. And my eyes get progressively worse over the years. It's sad. Make a ball gown and wear it around. See if the neighbors 5150 you. No, my neighbor, like, I live in California. They would stand around and clap. Where I live, everybody, hey, Mark Short, how's it going? If I wore a ball gown dress, no one would react. Even people who know me wouldn't react at all. Which brings me, I don't even know how so I want to tell a story. How's it going, Mark? About my favorite Karen. And this Karen was my favorite Karen. And because of Phoenix Electra, I thank you. I dusted off my Instagram. And I saw that my Karen, and we had drama years ago. We were in a band. We were literally in a band, and bands break up, and we blocked each other. It was drama. And she's now following me on Instagram. And I don't know how to feel about that. You can follow me on Instagram. My page is open. I'm not like anti it, but it's weird. Like, how do you feel about that? Like, I did dust off my but I don't know how I don't oh, it's godless sewing, but I think I spelled it with 2 L's. Okay. So for some reason, when I first started my Instagram, they would not let me use godless sewing. It took like 6 or 7 tries to get the name even up there. So it might be spelled with 2 D's or with like 3 L's. I can't remember. It might be godless with 2 D's, but it's godless sewing. I'll look it up right now. Where's my other phone? But it's godless sewing. But then I'm like, gotta love drama. But it's not too hardcore. Like it's just, we were in a band together. Bands break up, but it was just weird. They should be paying me for the time they're making. Commander, I commend you. I'm a Karen. I am a real life Karen. I would be like, I need to speak to the manager's manager. Like, I do not mess around. I am not that nice, especially if my coffee runs out. Oh no, may whatever you believe in help you. So trust me, I'm the same way at work. Some people need the drama in music industry. I think it's a myth, but they sure pull that stuff, and the next day it's like nothing happened. And I see, and that's the thing. Like, I respect this person. I don't even have a problem with them, but it was just really weird. And I haven't opened up my Instagram in probably a year or it's been months. You know what? It's been around my son's birthday because I posted pictures. We went to a restaurant and I saw a bunch of white sewing machines and I thought it was weird. So I posted sewing machines in the wild. It's just weird to me when non-sewing oriented it just was weird to walk into a restaurant. It was a sushi restaurant and they had a white sewing machine as art deco. And it wasn't even a Japanese, it wasn't even like a clone sewing machine or anything. I just thought it was weird. I just thought it was the weirdest thing. But I don't know how to feel about it because the internet is drama. It's drama. And anyone who's ever tried to fight me on the tubes or anything, I'll tell them I do not fight people on the internet. I refuse to. I refuse to sit here. Like, I am too old to sit here and fight people over the internet. Like, and even if someone wanted to physically fight me, I'd still laugh in their face, But so Karen, if you're watching, hello. It's been a while. You found out a few things about me when you clicked on my YouTube channel or when you went on my Instagram. It's been a while. And that's another thing. People, they see me as a certain person, and there's a lot of people, and there's a few people in that band I would not let come to my house. So when they see me, they're like, Carlos Stoic is not who I thought he was, So it's one of those things. Poor sewing machines as the core. So Olipapa, I am that guy who literally is like, hey, can I speak to the manager? I'll buy that off you. I am that guy. I'm that guy. And I come like no money, cash in hand. Like anyone, anyone. When I go to Rooster's Relics, when I walk in there, it's with the full intention of spending a certain amount of money. So when I'm like, hey, how much is that doggy in the window? It's because I have full intention to buy it at that moment. I am definitely one of those people. I don't have enough time or energy to fight with internet dickheads. See, that's the thing. And since day one, that's been my philosophy, and I don't deviate. And so I've always defer back to like rule number 1, subsection A. I do not fight people on the internet. And it saved a lot of grief. And, people clash with personalities. I have clashed with every weirdo narcissist, every person that's come across me and been like, oh, you don't fit the stereotype. We're going to clash. I'm going to clash with that person. You have no idea how many tough guys have sent me their address. And I'm like, you live You live 2,000 miles away from me. Like, this is all this peacock posturing is so pointless. I literally sit in my garage slash sewing room, smoke J's, and make sweaters. So it makes me laugh. The Shield's YouTube channel just broke. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. I believe Esther broke 2,000 the other day as well. I believe. I don't necessarily keep up with YouTube content that much anymore. Excuse me. Because of YouTube drama. So I have a hobby. I habitually stick to myself. It is now a habit. And there's a few people that I'm surprised they haven't doxed me. I know of a driver who was delivering a big diesel engine, and when they got there, there was no one there and any equipment to unload it. And after waiting hours, they chained it to a pole and towed it off a truck. I would have done the same thing. I would have. You ordered it. I'm going to leave it there. Are you kidding me? You see, excuse me, stuff like that just makes me, I don't miss being in the field anymore. Stuff like that is when I would snap and been like, you had me drive all this way. Sound, no sound. Sound went away. Uh-oh. Did my sound go away? Oh, let me know if you can hear me. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm just making sure. Maybe it's because I'm not like making love to my microphone. I'm an extremely loud human being, so I try to like not be so screamy because I realize I have a decent microphone. So no, it was my oh, sorry, it's okay. Back in the day, YouTube was nothing but glitches. When I first started streaming 3 years ago, when I first joined a cult 3 years ago on YouTube, there was nothing but glitches and nothing but problems. And I feel like YouTube watched people more back then. But they are attacking my channel. Like YouTube has blocked a lot of my videos, and I need to find out what specific clip is getting my videos partially blocked in other countries. I need to know because I have a giant audience in Russia and India. So I need to know this as soon as possible. And YouTube is not necessarily specific unless they give you a strike. They won't tell you like, hey, this clip is what's partially blocking this video. I don't like wireless for that. Same. I had I rock out with headphones all the time, and I'm really sensitive to sounds, says the guy who listens to music at like a deafening volume. But when that hiss or that buzz come, man, it got me every time. But I would always buy like bootleg cheaper versions, like wannabe Skull Candy, like wannabe Beats. I call them my feets. I don't get your stream notifications anymore either. YouTube's been super sucky with you. That they love and hate me. And I'm not okay. I've heard a few people say this, and there's a channel. I fell into this really weird genre I didn't know exists on YouTube, and I've just been lurking. I don't know if I'm brave enough to join this particular. I don't know if I have the heart, but like, I know causation isn't correlation, or causation, whatever. But ever since the new guy took over, YouTube's been sucking. It's been terrible. And ever since the new guy took over, literally like a couple of days after is when they partially blocked all my videos. And I know it's just conspiracy theory, but like it's weird. And these are like, I use the same clips over and over for a reason, because I'm not copyrighted. Because they're not copyrighted. And maybe some of them just recently got copyrights. But when I first started streaming, my videos got taken down, and I almost got my channel taken down over a Big Lebowski song. Copyright or community guidelines, maybe the clips. It's the former. I agree. It definitely has to be the clips. Let me lure you to. No, seriously, I'm halfway there. I'm so, like, even tonight with all the glitches on StreamYards and everything, like, I am semi over YouTube. They are, like, right now, my last video says I have like almost 900 views. It only says I have 200 something views on there. There's probably some sanction stuff going on with you, with Russia and their friend. I don't speak other languages, but I'll watch their videos. Like, because when people subscribe to me and I see it, I subscribe back. I'm a curious human being. I want to see how people live on the other side of the globe, you know? That's why I thought it was just a better simulation of how the same ad used to be run 10 billion times back then. Oh, you can stream to both simultaneously. Oh, that's right. That's right. I need to branch out, because like Instagram let me well, actually no, they probably blocked that video too. I just wanted to play the Kenny Rogers song, the just checked in to see what condition my condition was in. I love that song. That and the song in the very beginning of the Big Lebowski, where it's not the Western song, but the song when they're bowling, where it's the la 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 la. That song almost took my channel down. I still to this day cannot remember what the name of that song was. They're sending me out, so that sucks. Oh, well, good luck, Commander. You could probably also stream to IG Live as well. Man, they have no rules. IG Live is international waters. Oh, that reminds me, I was gonna sew my hat. Let's get productive, huh? I have seen some crazy stuff on Instagram Live. What's his name? There's a young man who lost his job. Laugh Out used to be a simulcast, was a huge event. Nowadays it's random mofos. So true. I think about that all the time. Like, I kind of reached a burnout point with YouTube, but if you think about it, like, I put on a show every week. People like there's production, well, semi-production behind it, but there's people who, like, you know, that's why people have season 1 and season 2, because you need a break sometimes. That's why I'm glad that the So Frugal challenge came, because it gives me time to plan something out. I'm one of those humans who throws myself at a project. I'm like, I'm going to make a coat. And because I have the basics down, I'll make the coat and have everything down. And I'm like, it only took me 4 or 5 hours and I didn't sleep last night. So I'm going back, and I'm cowboy hats are funny. I'm going back and I'm gonna like patch up all my old cowboy hats, but it's because I sat here the other night. I believe it was on Sunday or Saturday night. I sat here and watched like 6 hours of rodeo. Let's be real. I was gonna put a Bud Light patch on my hat, but I wear my hats, and white patches, they get dirty fast. Sorry I missed yesterday, folks. I was under the weather. Should be back. Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Like I said, I'm strangely consistent with YouTube. I am like oddly consistent. So I totally get it. I was about to say, I wondered what happened with you. I figured technical issues. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, the same thing. I am insanely consistent when it comes to YouTube. I was watching a lot of machining and manufacturing videos from India and Pakistan. It was beyond insane what they do. Anything can be welded there. I agree. I watch the same things. I watch a lot of I fell into this really weird crowd of people who watch South Korean factories live. If you ever get If you ever watch in South Korean factories, I'm the guy speaking in English in the chat. I love watching machine videos. I absolutely love. I think it's because I watched a lot of Mr. Rogers as a kid, so it feels like I'm getting the grand tour, you know? The rivers and lakes there have to be fed car batteries. I can't even finish that sentence. So when I first, like my first videos, when I was trying to be all conscious and like I'm up on topics, I made a video about how toxic waste is destroying the planet. And in my research, I discovered that India goes out of their way to destroy their rivers. They don't care. They literally care more about making denim and clothes than their rivers. And they don't have the same. It's gross. It's one of my old videos. If you go back to my my super dusty old videos, it's on there. It's from like a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. Well, a lot of those are aging out to like a year and like 6 or 7 months, but it's gross. And I have actual footage of, because I was gonna, it's back when the ocean was on fire. And I was gonna have the ocean on fire, but it was copyrighted. So that got edited out, and I put the part with the toxic lake. Mark toxic and safety. Thanks, Karen. I don't like missing a stream. I have creator guilt when I do, and I want to make sure this new course that I have cut. Oh, that's so funny. I'm the same way. I feel guilty when I miss work and I haven't and I'm like, I give my life to you. It's okay if you miss a day of work every once in a while. Where is I guess I can use, actually, I have a ton of thread over here. Since this is a real rawhide cowboy hat, I got to find a decent needle for this to go through. Let's see if this can handle it. Oh man, I'm making a mess. And I grabbed the wrong needle. Let's see if I could half arse it. Oh, I can, because this hat is so weathered and leathered. Beautiful. I should be at my destination by 1:30 in the morning. It's basically 11 now. Is that an average run? Is that like an average run of what you do? I used to know someone that owned a trucking company, but they just had a really weird monopoly where they picked up McDonald's buns and they made a ton of money just hauling buns. That was the name of their company. I saw one video sent to me from Bangladesh, and they were making new coffin tops, sewing machine. I've seen the same. I've seen a video like that. Hand sewing machine covers for placing a Singer India machine in it with mother of pearl. They looked nice and would sell. I want one of those new hand cranked sewing machines from India. I see those videos all the time. I want one of those so bad. They recycle batteries. The old acid goes straight on the ground, and the lead oxide dust goes everywhere while they're making new plates. Mark, there was one time I was cleaning off with a wire brush. I was cleaning off the top of a corroded battery, and I got battery acid in my eye. And I instantly dumped water, but I could feel it just sucking the moisture and just suck. It was awful. It was dry. It was the dry dust, but it was bad. And yes, I had my face all up in the battery like a mess. Usually it takes 2.5 to 3 hours. The long trips takes 5 hours. The semi-long trips take about 4 hours. Wow. Don't forget the copper recycling. Then they get burnt the jacket off. Oh. You know what's so funny? I rarely bring this up, but because I own a business, I am anti-tweaker. When I hear anything about copper, it makes my blood pressure go up. My town is riddled with little creatures that wait for the evening. They wait for the night, and they get on. They get on whatever they have to get on, and they will steal anything, anything that's copper. I have a it's a point of contention with me. You literally cannot have any nice stuff out because the tweakers will come and steal it. Everyone where I live has cameras. It's bad. Are the new ones low or high shank for the feet? Low shank. I want one so bad. That's definitely one of the videos that I watch, and I get caught in those stupid YouTube shorts because I'm too old for TikTok. I'm gonna tell you right now, I had a TikTok and I erased it because it was just I felt like an old creeper. I felt like an old man. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Like I was way too old for TikTok. So if you see anyone with a godless sewing TikTok, they are lying. They are absolutely lying. I want to see something. Let's go into my Instagram. Let's see. I want to see if I got any reaction. Oh, I did. Oh, that's hilarious. TikTok is creepy. Too much tracking. It is. It is. TikTok is. I just, even before I even knew what it was, because I'm on, if you go on my Instagram, it's like, whatever I'm into, but everyone's my age or older because, human beings are like fine wine. They age, they get better with age. There are old houses around here and they sell for 50, 20K because the tweakers stole all the pipes. That's what I'm saying. It drives me crazy. You cannot have nice stuff around tweakers. You can't. I go to a recycling place that's a real recycling place. They'll take anything. And like I come with my months of bottles and cans. And like I'm just standing there like watching this some guy like 90 pounds comes with like 300 pounds of copper wire, and I'm like, bro, I know you jacked that. As someone who owns a business, it just bothers me. TikTok creeps me out, creeps the hell out of me, makes my skin crawl. I agree. It's just it just wasn't my thing. I try not to judge too hard because let's be real, like we all have our own side. There's your side, my side, and the truth. I get it, but TikTok, it creeped me out from the jump. From the jump, I was like, I'm too old for this. I'm too old. Like I pay my own bills. I'm too old for TikTok. I have to say, Singer India machines are not like the quality of the older machines. Do you know what? It's one of those morbid curiosity things, like mini sewing machines. I really got into mini sewing machines, and they're a step up from toy sewing machines. And I will challenge anyone, as someone who is a tech, like literally takes them apart piece by piece. I said in one of my older videos, some of these sewing machines remind me of jailhouse tattoo guns. Like I see no difference between a stinky, like these weird toy sewing machines, and they literally look like something somebody, well, something from like an 80s movie. It's so weird to me. TikTok is pretty creepy. Like I am not the end all be all, but it's not for me. It is not for me. I don't think I will try to. I sometimes I feel like nah, I'm cool. I'm cool. Like there's no age gap. Like I'm cool. And then I got on TikTok and I'm like, man, I'm old. My references are old. The movies I watch are old. Like I'm okay with being dated. I am okay with being dated. I saw some YouTube exposed videos on TikTok and how it's so harmful for children. Do you know what's so funny? I won't allow my son on it. And Isaiah went on Gab, I believe it is. Gab is not, man. Every little like edgy racist 14-year-old is on Gab because I'm all up in my kid's business. I was reading some of these posts and I'm like, wow, these guys are. This has to be. They have to be. They have to be minors. It has to be kids because adults, at least in my mind, don't act like that. I took a few looks at TikTok. I swear it's nothing but 9 inch. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm good. I'm good. I'm all a Moldecott 1886 machine looks like a jail. That's what I'm saying. But that thing's probably well made. Like, I went in this really weird exposure thing when I started getting mini sewing machines. I'm so far out of the loop. I'd take a few long plane rides to getting. I did this like weird expose thing. I'll show you. The tiny tailor is somewhere around here, but this is a toy. This is sold as a toy for children. This is like, my first sewing machine, okay? There is no difference between this and the tiny tailor that they sell for like $80. You depending on where you live, you can get it for like 100 if you get it at the store, but this is a toy sewing machine. Oh man, I love this stupid machine. This is my tiny tailor. It's an actual sewing machine, but it's not much of a difference between this and that other one. And this is an actual real sewing machine, but it's like a step up from a toy sewing machine. It makes me laugh. It makes me laugh. Singer Tiny Tailor and Magic Tailor are industrial machines. This is a tiny tailor. I love this thing. Meant for tiny tailor to men. Absolutely. I agree with you. But like when I got my M100, I noticed that it was the exact same. It was a new age version of the tiny tailor. It made me laugh. That's why like I'm this close to buying a bootleg M100, but part of me is I am a middle class person. And sometimes I do middle class things like buy a bunch of stuff I don't need. and I'm on this whole thing of like stop wasting so much money. The fact that you can hold it with one hand like that doesn't inspire confidence. Yeah, they're tiny. That reminds me, the Elena Lotus is over here too. And it's not Elena, it's Elna. I'm an American who speaks English, so I can barely. This thing is heavy. This is a real mini sewing machine. Like if someone broke in here and I chucked this at them, I'd make the news. But it's the exact same size as a tiny tailor. I mean the exact same size as a tiny tailor. The Magic is OS, and the Magic Tailor is a transverse, like the old industrial Singer 4 or Singer medium industrial. Oh, okay. One of these days, I want to take an old Singer and hook it up to a Ninja bike motor just to see what would happen. All right. I always talk about probation and parole because those are the name. Those are what I call as somebody who grew up riding bikes. I can't believe I'm about to admit this. There was this guy, okay, named Vanilla Ice. And when I was a kid, he had a movie called Cool as Ice, where him and his friends, they saved his girlfriend on ninja motorcycles. And ever since I saw that stinky movie, I wanted a ninja so bad. Local man kills intruder with... Don't break in my house. Don't break in my house. That Elna is very collectible. Absolutely. Also, I keep on wanting to call on an Elena for some reason. Elna. I have a grasshopper too, with the case and everything. It barely works, but I love that thing. It's frustrating though. See, I want my machines to work. So when I get them, I try to restore them back to like showroom condition. And some machines are just broken. They don't want to, they will never work again, you know? It's one of those things. Maybe we should convert our turtle machine into a bicycle powered version. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I saw a clip on Twitter of somebody yesterday. They were at a McDonald's and they were like on a McDonald's exercise bike eating a cheeseburger. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm a pancake eating cheeseburger. Like, I wish I could smoke cigars. Cigar smoking American, you know? Like, I don't know how I feel about having exercise forced. I'm kidding. Gilroy, check out Photonic Induction channel on YouTube. He's over. I need new channels. I definitely need new channels. I hear Ninja and think about my pressure cooker. I hear Ninja and think of lame vanilla. I loved that movie as a kid. You know, I was right in that age. I just think of kung fu movies. Phoenix, that wouldn't be difficult. Phoenix, they had an industrial machine with the bike pedals only. You know what? I'm still trying to figure out how to hook up a sewing machine to my 150 psi tank without putting a hole in my hand. Every time I've ever tried, because I have what I call a naked sewing machine. It's a FIF. I believe it's pronounced FIF. It's FIF. I'm an American, but because it was a European sewing machine, I didn't have the plugs. I took it apart and put an American motor in that thing, and it is a Frankenstein now. And so my FIF, I use it as like a model of like, I want to steampunk out a sewing machine. So it's just a bare bone sewing machine. I took the motor out, and it's literally just an arm that moves now. And plus, like, it's cool. It looks cool because it's all metal and it's completely taken apart. Thank you. Thank you. They had swing pedals too. Looks fun. So am I the only person who thinks that the knee pedals on sewing machines are awkward? Am I the only person on earth that thinks that? I've always wondered about that. I think it's because I have awkward parts, and when I sit at a sewing table, depending on the sewing table, that's why I fell in love with that weird IKEA one that I found, because it's a little bit higher and it goes to my height. It just feels like I'm doing a nollie. It feels like I'm like I'm skating, you know. Hey, butterfly. Oh, you know what? How are you doing? How are you? I'm gonna go get my jersey again because you did miss out. I'm kidding. But I'm so proud of my geeky jersey. I am so proud that I have restored a Dallas Cowboys jersey. Oh, let's see if I can get it in there without putting it in my ashtray. There it goes. I took off the Ricky Williams, and so this is now an official Godless Sewing Dallas Cowboys jersey. Because when I was looking at the jersey, I was like, this thing has to be easy to take apart, and it was. Hello. I think they are difficult to get used to. They set up and need. Thank you. Maybe it's because I've always either had a pedal or a treadle. My legs are so long that the knee pedals wind up being thank you, thigh pedals, and that's just awkward and difficult. I agree. I am a show off. I am a total show off. Do you know what's so funny? Like, I always when I'm making my videos, I'm like, this is just me still playing dress up and show and tell. But I'm here for it all day long. So I changed the nameplate and everything, and now it's my Godless Sewing Dallas Cowboys jersey. And you know what? I sadly always wanted one of those jerseys with the stars on it. So I've completely changed that. Lots of people need jerseys fixed. all this is all my tryouts to work for the Los Angeles Kings. I'll even work for the Ducks. I'm putting it out there. Now you need to make the official Dallas Cowboys sewing cheerleader. They don't need to improve on those. Skin Scratcher, hello. I sent you a link, sir. I am dying to see. I have a question. Is your sewing machine here yet? Yes, I have my hands on my hips. I am dying to see your sewing machine. Yay! Right. Thank you. I miss show and tell. I'm probably too short for knee operators, but I saw retro Claude likes her knee lift. You know what? Everyone's different. You know? It's just awkward to me because I'm odd-bodied, so my body is really it's just strange. Thank you. I cried when I thought it was erased. I worked so hard on that video. Thank you. And you know what the funny thing is? That's not everything I've made because I've upcycled countless shirts. Like, I'm gonna have to do everything I've made part 2. Yay, Skids. Hey, Skids Crasher, you got a sewing machine. Time to mock up your teddy. Absolutely. Yeah, we got to see your. It's gonna be there tomorrow. Awesome. You know, there are so many really cool projects that you can do out the jump, just like right off the jump. I have, like I said in my video, in my my last video, I make pillows. My living room is Martha Stewart's living room. Thank you. Thank you. I definitely need to do another one. I know Phoenix was shocked that she was like, I can't believe someone still has rollerblades. I love skating. I love skating. I love rollerblading. It's just something I love to do. Absolutely love to do. Absolutely. From buttons to bear. Make a carrying bag for some random things or device. That's so easy and you could do it in 15 minutes. Absolutely. I was thinking about making a bag for all the crud I have to carry to my work because like I'm so sad. I have my bag where like my tools where I'm actually working and like my hog rings, all the things I actually have to use for work. Then I have my sewing bag. Where I'm like, I haven't finished this code. I haven't like. So if you ever see me on the stage or next to the pool, I probably like literally finished it at my job that day. Like literally. Art pillows aren't easy. I love making pillows, and I'm Martha Stewart with it, man. I go to the store, I buy the pillow faces and everything. Like I'm lame with it. I get the live, laugh, love pillows. I don't care. I don't care. I love the live, laugh, love pillows. Absolutely. How's it going?
Hey, is this where the cool kids are hanging out?
Yeah, I heard. How are you?
I'm doing a lot better. It's
I'm
been
glad.
a rough week or so with COVID, but glad to be back.
Yeah, COVID's unreal.
For real.
You're like a and now you're gonna be like me for the rest of your life. You're gonna be like an asthmatic.
Right? I don't doubt it. That's actually what I'm concerned about is this long COVID bullshit.
Oh man, I can hear it in your breathe. Like I'm this is me healthy. I was born this way though. I was like that pre-COVID.
Before it was cool.
Yeah. No, because when they started seeing the symptoms, I'm like, okay, so they're just gonna live like me then. Was the show-stopping musical number? Okay, I promise to do Newsies. I will do total Newsies next time.
Newsies?
Aw, you're well, I'll be here next week and the week after.
But yeah, next week I'll definitely I'm gonna have cleared off a little spot right here. I'll have my little sewing machine.
Yes, one of us. It's the only habit you'll ever need. COVID hits the body hard. Yeah, it does.
It really does. Okay.
Glad you're
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
No medical advice, but if you have any questions, absolutely.
Thanks.
COVID's the worst. Do you know what's so funny? They're bringing restrictions back here too.
Oh yeah.
I wear a mask, so I don't even notice.
I made it just over 3 years, or 3 years without getting the COVID, and I was like, funny. I was even considering I'm gonna go get an antibody test. I wonder if I've ever had it, and just not knew it. Like after catching, like I would have known.
Yeah. Do you know I have a rule of like be anything but cocky. Because if you say like, and I don't, I'm a bit of a nihilist. I don't believe in much, but like, I just don't put things out there like I'll never do this or that because life's funny. Life is funny. There's been a few times I thought I caught COVID. Newsies was amazing. Newsies was one of those movies where I was like, oh my gosh, I wish I knew how to dance. Because I can dance, but I'm really bad at choreography. If the cool kids don't hurt all the time, I'd love to be one. But then again, if I wake up and nothing hurts, then I get paralyzed.
Paralyzed.
If I woke up and my body was like, I've been like this my whole life. So if I woke up and I was 100% healed, I wouldn't know what to do with myself.
I'd be scared.
But, whenever I wear a mask, I'm always that's so strange to me because Portland was like the super like mask wearing city, I like the mask look. If I didn't wake up hurting, I didn't know I was alive either. Newsies is one of us is from another movie, but I got the one of us from a joke of people who are counting and they poke someone through an eyeball. I mean, they poke someone through a fence. Or that you walk by and they hear people counting. They're like 19, 19. And then someone pokes through the fence to look what it is. And they get poked in the eye and they're like 20, 20, 20.
Oh, I like that.
I try to tell my son like parables of like, I try to like tell him life stories, but like I try not to like name names. So I love stories like that because that's a good lesson. Don't be nosy. So how is everything? You've been laying around for 2 weeks or what?
Just about. Yeah, I literally like the other day, like it was just like Friday afternoon. I was getting in the car and I drove to the VA hospital to get a follow-up test, and I was like realizing like this is the first time I've left the house all week.
Mm-hmm.
Feels so weird now. Yeah, it's been just door dashing and Instacarting and weed maps and
Oh, that's a. It's funny? It was my dispensary that let me know. I don't know if they're bringing mandates back, but like they had the mask sign up again. And the security guard was like, bro, you are like literally the only person who wears a mask.
So you're the only smart stoner out there.
And, well, I have a low immune system from the jump. I don't play.
Yeah.
Like you can call it a face diaper. Like my son tries to come at me, and I'm like, you can call it whatever you want. I don't care. Like being safe shouldn't be political.
How's your sporadically right-leaning son?
Okay. So I was gonna go off about this earlier, and I'm so glad you brought this up. I almost cried. He went on Gab. Do you know what? He fights racists. And
Good?
like goes toe to toe and like is like total like you can't say anything bad about Israel, anything bad about like I was shocked. So he's not as right. Like I'm telling you, he was being a righty because both of his parents are lefties. Like his mother is a super like protesting, like, you know, like Antifa type. And so I think he's just doing that just be anti his parents, you know.
Well, that's actually, I mean, at least obviously he's doing defiance and all that stuff, but when it comes toe to toe and his true colors have to come out, he's not a racist piece of garbage, like.
And but see, the thing is, like, he's been raised around nothing but black people.
Yeah.
So, and that's why when he goes to his mom's house, like all of my ex-wife's husband's family, they look at me like they were like, "Bro, are you a Trumper?" And I'm like, "No." They're like, "You're so what's up with your son? Then he lives with you and he's saying these things, bro." They're like, "You're a righty." I'm like, I told him like I'm not necessarily a complete lefty. I'm a common sense kind of person. Like I believe in not letting your brains hang out. Like I am more middle of the road, but I'm anti hurting people. You know, like leave people alone, man. Did we not learn that lesson? Leave them kids alone. Like what year did that song come out? I can't remember telling the past 10 years I've had anything hurt. Wow, I'm the same way. I am the same way. Let me catch up on the chat. For sure in places, TB and Hep B are an epidemic for folks wearing masks. That's another thing. Like, I'm not, there's a bunch of stuff I'm not catching. If I was working, it's okay in Japan. And people, that's where I got the example from, man. I'm not 10, 15, 20 years ago. You'd see people with pictures with masks on, you know? In Japan in Japan and China and places like that.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I was kind of shocked, you know. Hand friend needs to come, Dan Butterflies. You know, it's because my son was the last kid to be raised around my father, and my father was like a real gun-toting redneck. And so, like, it's weird. Kids have independent thoughts. And that's another thing. I encourage my son, watch the movie Freaks. I'm down. I need new stuff to watch. Because my parents were so hardcore, I want my kid to be able to think for himself, you know?
Absolutely.
I was raised hardcore Roman Catholic.
I made the mistake of telling my kiddo, question everything. But he's such a literal fucking kid that now he literally will question everything I asked him to do. I'm like, God damn you.
That drives me crazy too. You're not alone. Trust me. And I clash with that too, because I come from the era of like when you told a kid something, like if my pops told me something, if I wasn't jumping, he'd look at me like, why aren't you jumping? So like, it's a different era though. It's a different era. My mask is a type of used in MASH TV series. Hey, there's Tyon, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, your dad leaned right, so it makes he was, but he's an old school. But that's another thing. You don't have to follow the politics of the people that were before you. You know, my pops tell me all the time, like politics are local. Oh, let me see.
Oh, I got all kinds of math. Ah, Jesus. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, those are the real deal.
And then yeah. Like I wear those things every day, and somehow it's because my roommate came home with COVID, and once it's in your house, you're fucked. So
because of my job, I have like you have to get tested all the time. It's ridiculous. Oh, excuse
Yeah,
me.
I had a. It was weird today. Like I was sitting in my room and I hear a noise at my front door, and I'm like, oh, well, I'm not, whatever. So I go to the front door. I look out the peephole. I don't see anybody. I'm like, what's going on? So I just slowly open the door, and I see a bag hanging on my doorknob. I'm like, what? I look inside. There's COVID tests. I'm like, what the hell? So 2 free COVID tests.
Oh, that's hilarious. You are right, Gilroy. I was the exact opposite of my parents. My parents were from a completely different planet compared to me politically.
Oh yeah,
I want a fancy jeweled gas mask.
nice. Well, yeah, like my dad, he was when I was growing up the whole time. He he was a hippie, right? A pot smoking, straight up hippie. Voted for Ralph Nader, and and now he's a hardcore Trumper. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Who hurt you?
When you get older, though, you become more conservative. Like I find myself like, okay, I call it becoming Picard. Okay, in Star Trek, the young Picard was crazy. He was crazy, but we only see the Star Trek Next Generation where he's literally teetotaling. Like, as you get older, you become more refined. At least that's what you hope. You know what?
Hot.
I'm not, I'm just I no longer think like every quote unquote community is encompassing what they say they are. I'm of that age of like, I take people as individuals. You have COVID, cough away. Don't worry about anything over here.
Oh man.
I've learned. Do you have an inhaler yet?
No, they gave me some nasal sprays and things like that, but no actual inhalers.
That's gonna be a next. I'm married to mine. That's a lie. I've had a lifelong marriage with my inhaler. I jokingly say that I'm unstoppable with the full inhaler. Someone will ask me how you doing. I'll say, "Oh, I got a full inhaler. I'm unstoppable today."
Full tank of gas, a half a pack of cigarettes.
I'm the complete opposite of my father. He was a racist, sexist, homophobic bigot. I think that's the one thing
the opposite.
That's the one thing that trips me out. Like my pops was like this total welcoming, opening person, and like my sister's a weirdo, homophobic, like self-hating. Like it's the weirdest thing. I'll never understand. Like it's true. You'll never be like you're. In my case, I just keep getting more and more jaded. I think that's my political. Like if someone asks me political party, jaded. I'm worried about I am worried about an online friend. He got COVID. Oh my gosh, and haven't heard from him the past 4 days. That is, I am so sorry. You know what though? No. Like, as someone who gets sick a lot, I hide. I crawl in my room and like get my comfort movie. Like, I have every episode of Stargate ever made on DVD. I start from the movie. And go all the way to Stargate Universe.
I'm still not feeling better. Start over.
You never know. My cat disappeared and it showed up the other day. Like you never know. It's my outside cat. I still haven't named it. I'm weird. Like you don't name farm animals. I'm weird like that. You don't name, like it's an outside cat, That thing's part of a gang. It's got one eye. It's got a smoking habit. That cat filled out a
tattooed.
Yeah. You know what? Butterfly. I grew up. My pops was super conservative and not any of that. And that's what I always lean on that because all the people that he hung out with were like the definition of redneck, bikers, people who worked on cars. Like my pops was an engineer, and he was the most non-racist human. And I returned that in kind. because I always told him, like, if I was from where you were from, I would be the most racist human being on earth. But my dad came from Savannah, Georgia, and he wasn't racist. And he grew up in the 1950s, no, 1940s, 1950s Georgia, and wasn't racist. I dare anyone to not be like, Odin would be a good choice. He is no food. He is not food. So really a farm. True. So really not a farm animal. That's true. But like farm cats have jobs. They eat rats and like, you know, like a ranch cat is different than a house cat. Most of the time, I hold up in the house, bake, drink coffee, and what that's my life right there, Kilroy. That is my life. So many of the old 80s plus that have taught me about sewing machines have passed. And I'm the same way. No, I completely understand about that. I unfortunately, because of the people that I grew up around, like everyone around me is 50 something years older, you know? So that happens a lot. Yes, Mr.
Your son's got a bigger following than I do.
I can't. I was so proud of him though, because I'm all about. I texted his mom. I said, "Look," I screenshot it. I said, "Look, we're not doing bad. We're not doing that bad. Like, look, you know, financially conservative is not the same as social." That is so true. That is so true. Work dogs have names, even though they. That's true. That is true. I just didn't want to get too close to the cat, even though I am, because we have giant trash pandas in my neighborhood. Skunks, possums, you know. Either you got to name farm animals or you got to give them those weird names like race horses. Nobody's business. I actually won a lot of money on Nobody's Business. Were you ever a gambler, Skit?
I mean, I've been to casinos and I've been to the racetrack a couple of times. Not a serious gambler, but I've done it.
I thought it was so much. I thought it was a lot closer, but I looked it up. In 2014, in one pool, I won $800. And that's what began my addiction. And then I started winning like 900, and I would win 1,000. And I played slot machines. I didn't have the cojones to sit at a table at the time. Nice. But then I started playing 21. It's an addiction like anything else. You know, gambling is truly an addiction.
We used to, I don't know if you've ever heard of Calusa casinos, but there's a casino that near a place I used to hunt. And every once in a while, we'd, you know, because it was so close to where we'd go bird hunting, it's like, fuck it, let's go there for lunch. You know, got the buffet, right? So, like, my thing was every time I'd go in, you know, I'd drop, you know, $20 or something like that inside one of the slot machines. And, like, if I win, lunch is on me, you know, if not, whatever, I'm out $20. So I do you know, it's like a $5 pull, and I do it, and I win like $500. I'm like, all right, you know, I immediately take the money out, and then you know, pay for lunch, and then on our way out, I was like, you know, fuck it, you know, I'm up essentially $500, you know, so I like put $500 on the blackjack table, and lo and behold, I win that with an actual blackjack, so I walk out with like $1,250, and I'm like, it's a good day, like.
That's awesome. Alibaba, like, I would make the news. I would be jumping like I won the World Series. Are you kidding me? I acted a fool over like $500 one time. They were like, "You only won 500?" I said, "You must be rich, because $500 is a lot of money to me."
For real.
Oh, we sound like a pair. That's the next thing you get into, Godless, buying slot machines off of eBay and playing. See, I can do that. If there's no, I think that's the thing. I'm tactile. So I like the addiction behind it. Like, but the problem is when you're putting 20, when you're feeding the machine.
The one-armed bandit.
And anyone who has a compulsive gambling habit, if they say they won 800, ask them how much money they spent to get that 800. Gambling is not for the faint of heart. Yay!
Welcome back.
Oh, I forgot about that, Liz. I forgot. Portland has video gaming machines everywhere.
Oh, do they?
At least they used to when I lived there. I was addicted to video poker for a while too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the 3-reel. Yeah.
That's the one I hit. Yeah.
I love the tactile thing too. I had this stupid thing for Wheel of Fortune. And I think I just like the exhilarating Wheel of Fortune when you pull that. When you see, gambling is there's a science behind it for people like me.
Yeah.
You know, they get people like me in there, you know. I don't even drink, and I can sit in a casino all day long, you know.
Joe, did you hear about the dude that was at the blackjack table and keeled over like with a heart attack or something like that? Was slumped over the table with his arm over the table, and the dealer was like just dealing around him. And it took a dealer change to like go, hey, are you okay? And dude, like, you know, had a heart attack and had been unconscious, not breathing for like 20 minutes before
Oh my
freaking
gosh.
So the dude eventually was considered, you know, pronounced brain dead. And the dude was like a freaking a high level attorney. You know, the dude himself was, you know, fairly rich, and now his very attractive wife is suing for multi-millions because they just like the video cameras, just him just like straight dead on a fucking table, and they're just like dealing around him.
I'll tell you why they get jaded, because you see wasted people all the time. People do dumb things. Like I've seen things that you will go into jail for, where the cops are like, okay, it's Vegas, just you go this way, you go this way. Like, so they're jaded. Butterfly, I'm addicted to both as well.
I agree. I agree.
You know, that's a really good question, Gilroy. I do wonder if Vegas, you know, there's a saying, the house never loses.
Yeah. Statistically, never does.
It's so easy to get addicted. I constantly went for 3 years, then lost. Same. Honestly, it was the pandemic that stopped my gambling addiction. It was because they literally closed the casino.
As soon as I start having casinos where I can smoke weed and all, then it might be a little more dangerous for me.
Pot's legal in Nevada, and I watch a YouTuber who walks around on Fremont Street smoking a J in front of the cops, talking to the police.
Just a few years ago, you'd be like thrown in prison and beat with a nightstick.
Yep. And now but I'm like, it's still weird to me that it's legal here. Like, I'm the nerd that puts it in my trunk. I literally, like, when I pick up my stuff, I put it in my trunk because I'm a nerd. Because I don't like, what's the law?
Nerd.
I don't even smoke it in my car. Like, I do not mess around because I am a nerd. I do. I put my pot in my trunk. Judge me.
It's like a little oxen.
I started gambling when it reminded me of my mom. No, same. I went crazy when I became the real life Brewster's Millions. I started gambling. I was like, oh, new dumb hobby to have. Casinos aren't big and shiny for no exactly. Mm-hmm. That's another thing. Like Vegas it's the definition of opulence. They literally have the pyramids, ancient Rome, like France. It's opulent.
I've never been to Vegas, actually. Just the local India casinos and whatnot around here.
Apparently, there is a Vegas casino that will be in house sale and use in a casino. Oh wow!
There's a Vegas casino.
You get some poems for the. I miss the Vegas I used to go to. It's all torn down. It changes every 3 or 4 years. I used to go to resorts because like they would let me smoke in the parking lot. They'd have looser rules. Like I found places that were cool, you know.
I remember as a kid, kids talking about like circus and things like that, and it's like, how is this, like, it sounds like it'd be fun for kids, but like looking back, like it's a fucking casino. How is this like for kids?
It's a they have a Magic Mountain in it.
Do they really?
It has rides. It has.
Oh my god!
Isaiah's been twice. Are you
Oh,
kidding me?
really? Okay.
There was one, and I'm not scared to say this either. Isaiah was a leash baby.
Oh, yeah? Like,
Oh, we had a
literally had the
Paul Frank.
leash?
Oh, we had a Paul Frank backpack and everything. No, I'm not losing my kid. I'm not
For
losing my
real?
kid.
For real? Like, if you're going to Vegas, like, something like that, oh my
See,
oh
but he had an early diagnosis because his mother and I both work in the field, so we knew right away. You know, so he had like Isaiah was like diagnosed at 2. He didn't talk till he was 4. You know, which is shocking to people when they see my son now.
my I
But
well, I took my kid to, the aquarium, the, Monterey Bay Aquarium, and to 'cause I wanted to, because I was afraid of losing him, I made sure he had a walkie-talkie with him, right? So, we both had our walkie-talkies and da 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 da. As we were leaving, like, we're at the exit, and I'm like, "Hey, where's your walkie-talkie, big guy?" He's like, "Oh, I left it some," and kid just takes off, like, runs past security back into the fucking building, like, into the aquarium. I'm like I'm like, for now, I was like, now I have no idea where the fuck my kid is, and he ran back in past security. I can't get in without a ticket.
yep,
Like,
yep.
I'm like, and he comes back like 3 minutes later with his walkie-talkie. I'm like, I'm like having a little panic attack.
Oh, dude, you got to carry aspirin, bro. You gotta carry kids, especially kids with ASD, are not for the faint of heart. Butterfly, I think you just invented something. You just invented something right now.
Oh,
Vegas
just
needs to have a huge. If you say it, they change every 4 or 5 years. You've never been to a casino.
You're probably
It's
better off.
weird. It's weird. Yeah, you're way better off. It's weird to me because I live in the land. Like there's a ton of casinos here in LA. Some
Yeah.
kids need a leash. They do. They do. Oh my God, great. Here in PA, you can either go to one of the crappy PA casinos or you can go across the border to New York and go to the Indian casinos. Same here. Same here. I'm such a nerd. There were times where I needed a break. I have spent whole weekends just at the state line casinos, and there are just 3 giant casinos on at least on the LA California side of the border, because Reno is more Northern California. I've been there too.
That's
Biggest little
about as close to Vegas as I've gotten is Reno.
Reno is a mini Vegas.
Yeah.
It is. It's what is it? What do they call it? The littlest, biggest city on
The
earth.
smallest big town or biggest small yeah.
I can't say it either. I was impressed. Honestly, I spent some time in Reno. Good old Carl's Jr. When I worked at the one in Portland, Oregon, they sent me to because at 24, I was such a hard ass. They sent me to another Carl's Jr. in Reno on good old Virginia Avenue or Boulevard, whatever it's called. And I went there and cleaned up a store within a month. But really, I just
cleaned up the store or just made it better.
No, physically, I fired everybody, hired everybody, and made sure they can run the store and went back to Oregon. Yeah, I worked for CJ's for most of my 20s. They paid for all my stupid trips, my stupid ideas, every bad idea I ever had.
Thank you, Carl's Jr.
Well, if you get in their manager program, you get an actual like living wage.
Oh, nice.
So if you like Carl's Jr. managers, they make real money. But the shift leader's down. Like when I was a shift leader, I was making $9.35 an hour.
Good God, you can't live on that.
But that was we're talking about 25 years ago.
Fair enough. That shit might have been a pretty good wage back then.
In Portland, Oregon, I lived in an apartment by myself back then. But again, like the Oregon I lived in doesn't even exist anymore. Because it was affordable. All the Californians moved there and made it not affordable.
God, yeah. Like I was just reading, just reading a news article about, like, the guy did this article originally because he wanted to show what how a good real estate person and landlord raises the rent on somebody, but everyone's like giving him shit, rightfully so, because he's like, this real estate person's like this it's like a single mother with a family and everything like that was paying like $1,200 in rent, and he's like, I'm raising it to 2,500, and she's like, I can't, and like, and it's like it becomes this like you start really feeling bad for the tenant, rightfully so, and like this guy's got like everyone in his chat like, dude, you're horrible.
Oh, rent's unreal. It's unreal.
Stop ruining
I don't know
Oregon.
how people can do it. I know 2 adults who had to move. They both had good jobs, and their rent went from 2,100 to 3,500
Eesh.
for a 3-bedroom condo that was basically a glorified apartment. They just say condo so they can charge you more. Excuse me. Phoenix Electra is this is the sentiment. There are 2 Californians sitting here and we both know what you're talking about. There's a reason why people hate Californians. Another thing you can do is you can buy gallon Ziploc bags full of Indian made cigarettes. I miss nicotine. I'm so sad that Oregon and California have changed so much. Oregon, more than anything else, that was like, I found so much peace in my 20s. Like, I came from downtown Los Angeles to Portland, Oregon. Oregon changed my life. It was so peaceful. I would read books on the Willamette River. I would skate on the bike paths. Like, I joined a Nikon camera group.
And you can buy an assault rifle with cash.
Yeah. A friend of mine, we were in the woods, and he was like, you ever shot an AK-47? I was like, not accurately. And he's like, this is how we chop trees in Oregon. And he literally just swung that thing, and you see the trees just fall. You see the trees just fall. Oregon it was fun. It was fun. Okay, I have to stop chatting so I can get this.
Adulting's overrated.
I understand. Trust me, I completely understand. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Because I was thinking about going full MacGyver and getting a houseboat and living on the Willamette. Like, there's a shot of Portland. Like, if you'll watch a Blazers game, there's a shot and they show the river. I want to live down there. It is so beautiful over there, but it's unreal. It's unreal. I'm not gonna say I hate Californians, but it's because Californians show up with tons of money. Some innocence has been lost. Portland, it's just not what it used to be. Maybe I'm a sucker who's just nostalgic for the past. Don't use your card from Arms anywhere. If you use a credit card. Oh yeah. Would you think about that bank going under?
Bank?
There was a Silicon Valley bank that went under, and I really didn't even know because I don't have an account there, so it wasn't my thing. But like, every time I would drive past it, there was lines. And then I saw this thing, and it was raining the other day, and someone drove past the bank, and there were lines and lines and lines outside this bank.
This is just people like, I know you're closing. Give me my money back.
The Californians that come here to my area are from the National Forest. Okay, but to be fair, everyone, like, people in general, when they're not at their house, they treat stuff like garbage. I've worked in the service industry. When people are not at their home, they treat people like garbage. Like, it doesn't matter if you work in a hotel. It doesn't matter if you work in fast food. I've worked in fancy restaurants, fancy steakhouses, because, I got a personality. Make a lot of money as a waiter.
I can see that.
Yo, tons. Honestly, if everything fell through, I would go back to doing that, because I used to walk away with like $300-400 in tips a night.
Nice. I can see that.
Especially if you work especially if you work at a good steakhouse or a fancy where people are already paying a lot of money.
Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, they're about to drop $30 on a steak.
Yeah. I miss the past too. But I think that's what happens to every generation. We grow up and like the world isn't what it used to be.
Yeah. So many people are like, oh, the past was great. I'm like, I'm glad I live in a time with clean water and anesthesia. Like,
I always say that. Like, we live in a time of antibiotics. Like, we're
yeah,
okay.
yeah, we're fine. Could be worse. They
When
could not give you
Isaiah
something when they're pulling that tooth out. Like, ah.
when Isaiah was a little guy, he was really into facts, and this one always stuck with me. Um, Pre-penicillin, the world's population was 2 billion. Let's say Pops was born in 1939. Okay, so and this is when I literally looked it up. In 1939, the Earth's population was 2 billion. Post penicillin, what's the
We're
we're
almost
almost,
what, 8 billion?
yeah, dude, like come on.
Penicillin was the biggest lifesaver
And
perhaps ever.
I think it was Steven Pinker. Out of all the atheist books I've ever read, I do remember he said, you know what? It seems like things are more violent now, but we're not lining up in fields because we have weapons that we have drones, we have tanks, we have, so it's some kid in Bethesda flying a drone over somewhere in Iraq. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a big difference. Like, when back in the day, that kid would be walking with a rifle in that town. There's a big difference, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that's just in a short span of time. Like in my service time, like in the early 2000s, there wasn't a lot of drones. It was
Mm-hmm.
mostly any drones. It was mostly surveillance. Now, and I was that guy, walking with a fucking rifle in the middle of downtown Fallujah.
Yep.
But now you're right. You're right. Like some 18-year-old kid from Beale Air Force Base can take out an entire legion of fucking terrorists, yeah, and drink a Slurpee at the same time.
I was watching a documentary, and this was a long time ago. My pops and I, we used to hang out all the time. It's because my mom didn't like his drinking habit, so he turned my garage into his bar.
Oh God.
So we'd hang out all the time. And we were watching a documentary on PBS about the Lincoln. And about the Abraham Lincoln, the destroyer.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And
Navy.
there's this 19-year-old girl she's piloting the ship, okay? And I'm like, wow, this is the most technically advanced thing on earth. And then my dad from the back, he's like, where's the wheel? And I'm like, dude, that's the most technologically advanced ship in the world. He's like, it's crap. It doesn't have a wheel.
I'm sorry.
I still
on there for you.
I'm sure they could just. It's funny. I have one. I have an old school wooden captain's. I have an old school wheel. Like I'll go put one on in the Lincoln for you, dude. Like, oh man, but I know how that feels as an old schooler. I know how that feels.
That sounds so bitter.
The high desert is still the place to be. It's still like where I live is the last bastion of the suburbs. Like, it's still a good place to be. It's just drugs have taken over America. And like people always show the crime in Los Angeles, like the smash and the grab and all the stereotypes. I live in the high desert where it is like we have signs that like be anything but a tweaker. Tweakers beware. We do not respect you. Like, it's bad here. It's bad. Opium-based liquor for pulling tooth.
Oh, laudanum.
I want to go to a steak. Oh, back what Kilroy was saying about a steakhouse, I can cook as well. If you ever see a man at a grocery store with a bunch of boxed food, pity that person. Be nice to that person because they can't. Oh, skits. If I ever see in a grocery store, I'm going to embarrass you because I cook. Come on, I cook.
Yeah,
man.
I actually, just the other night, and I still have some in my fridge, I made a big old pot of zuppa toscana.
Okay.
Got the kale, the sausage, the bacon, cream, just a beautiful, like, getting your strength back after being sick soup.
I agree with you, Kilroy. If you knocked out the grid, most people wouldn't survive a week.
No, they freak the fuck out.
I have
My kid
generators.
was the fuck
I grow potatoes, and I have ammo and potatoes. I'm fearless.
ammo potatoes. I'm
I'm
good.
fearless. I grow food. Mess with me. I grow food. I'm American. Come after me, dude. Like, I'll teach my whole neighborhood how to farm really quick too. Seriously, this gets terrifying. It's true. Don't sound so bitter. We all know Army is better than the
It's true. It's true. It's true. My dad was in the Navy, and he really wanted me to join the Navy. He'd always tell me, like, hey, it's quote unquote safer, and like, but his biggest selling point was the Navy has better food, son. Like the Navy gets the gravy while the Army gets the beans. And I'm
Do you
like,
know, I grew up eating, like, I didn't know any better, but like, I always grew up eating seafood because my dad was obsessed with seafood. And I'm obsessed with sushi because my dad was. Like, he was like, here, try this Thai food. It's the greatest thing ever. Try this, try that. Like, he's like, let me let you in on a secret.
oh man, I love because my kid's mom is one
I'll
of
be
the
right back. I gotta go to camp.
yeah. My kid's mom is like one of the super picky eaters out there, right? Like she won't eat anything that's outside of her preordained menu. And I love when she's like, oh, he won't eat this or he doesn't like this. And then I'll give him, like, here, kid, have some sushi. And it becomes his new favorite food. It's like, oh, so many parents like, push their own idiosyncrasies on their children, be it, phobias or anxiety causing things or just, things food that they don't like. And it's such an influential thing on those children that it can last a lifetime. I mean, how many of us, have grown up like, oh, I don't like spinach or I don't like kale or whatever. And then throughout our lifetime, and then, 20 years later, we're an adult and we're like, God, this is actually delicious. Or, you just found out that your parents are terrible cooks and, that's why you didn't like, kale because they just like boiled it or something. Yeah. So it's amazing what you can pick up as a kid, just dietarily. And it'll stick with you for for your entire life. For foods that you don't like and foods that you do like. How many of us are like, oh, I liked this as a kid, like those fucking circus peanut candy things, which are vile and artificial banana. I liked them as a kid. Now it's like that is the most disgusting thing on earth.
I never liked those. I never liked those.
Looking back,
And
like,
I'll tell you why. I have an eidetic memory, and I remember the first time I was like, "This is not peanut. What is this?"
right?
Like, but I'm not a fan. Are you a fan of old timey candy like saltwater taffy, pistachio ice cream? I don't like any of that. Like,
I like a lot of it. There are some weird ones out there. I'm like, yeah, hard pass. But for the most part, I am pretty open dietarily. Like, as long as it's not some weird offals thing or brains where I can get like a prion or something, I'll give it a shot at the very least.
I love to cook as well. And my son has become he's a better cook than I am because he follows instructions. He goes on these kids nowadays, he like goes online.
Yeah. I loved cooking as a kid, like when I was a real young kid. I don't know what spurred me on or what, but I loved it. And my parents encouraged it, thank goodness. And but yeah, I remember the very first thing I ever cooked for my family was chicken a la king. And it as I remember, turned out fairly well, but who knows? It's probably the parent just saying, "Oh, that's a good job," and so slide into the trash. But
True.
but like ever since then, big fan of cooking. After in junior high, I took home ec. Yes, that's where all the girls were too. But
Same.
also
I took
enjoyed
home ec.
cooking. Yeah.
I like a geek. Well, I'm a sewing machine collector, but I have
Nerd.
I have the 90s Scholastic that sat in my high school. Not the exact one, but I feel in one of my million Ventura trips, I have a Scholastic sewing machine because in old school America, we used to try to teach our kids stuff. And so Singer and Scholastic teamed up and they made a line of sewing machines for high schools and junior highs.
Interesting.
So whenever I see one, I buy it because they're either in really crappy or really good condition. Because that means they were either not used or they were like overused.
And that was a weird thing about at least my junior high's home ec is it wasn't home ec. It was just cooking, you know, and that's all it was. You know, they didn't do any sewing or anything like that, which is kind of a bummer because now I'm literally going to be like learning how to sew from YouTube and
I'll teach you.
random Twitter messages from you.
Oh no, we could. I have camera angles. I'll get you in StreamYards and show you without all the
Nice.
fluff.
Yeah, because to be honest, I have no idea how to even string a fucking.
Once
I
I
got a bunch of these things in the mail.
bobbins.
Bobbins, yeah.
Yes, I get to be the old cowboy. All right, Greenhorn. No, I'm kidding. No, it's not. It's once you learn how to thread. Exactly.
Thread. That's it. Not string. Thread.
I think black licorice is. I think Necco wafers are so gross.
I love black licorice. Change my mind.
Thank you, Phoenix. Once you
Nice.
Once you learn how to thread a sewing machine, it's over after that. Because once you thread it and you learn to do the quarter turn and you pull your thread and it eats it and it pulls it up. That's all you need to know. And then literally you start then is the painstaking process of learning through all your mistakes. Because it like if your tension's off, you might get a bunch of bunching. You know, there's a million different things, but you'll learn, and each machine is different too. You know, each machine is different. You know me. Sewing is literally what I do.
Being harassed already for my nomenclature. Bobbins will forever be known to me as these things.
Be careful, Liz. Do you know it's Alibaba? Like there are certain machines that I say they're chewing. It's basically when it's eating the material and it's bunching up. I'm like, oh, this machine is just chewing. It's just chewing. I have a bunch of really not technical terms for sewing machines. A ton.
Nice.
Whatchamacallit and thingamajigs are real. Oh, this thingamabob. You like if you go back and watch my old material, if I don't know what I'm talking about, I say this thing. I'll say you go around this thing because I don't know the name of this thing. That's the funny thing about inexperience. Like but see, that's the thing. You learn through time. When I started like sewing every day again, I was rusty. I speak Spanish. Okay. There was a time where I lost it because I wasn't around people that spoke Spanish. You know, like any skill that you have, you will, you just have to work at it, you know?
Nom, 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 nom.
The newer sewing machines, they do. I could fall asleep. I do fall asleep to like watching people sew. My sound. I love that click clack. I absolutely love that clack 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 clack. I have a broken stylist where it's coming off of the mount of the entire machine. So when it's sewing, it goes clack 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 clack. I thought that's how the machine was supposed to sound. But it's broken.
Oh.
The technical terms are so boring. Why not come up with your own? Exactly. Like I still to this day make up song lyrics. For the longest time until I saw the name of the title, I didn't think I thought the Guns N' Roses song was Take Me Down to Kansas City, where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. For the longest time, I thought that was the song. One
Kansas
day
City, Paradise City, whatever.
I was like, what is this song? Paradise City? I've never heard this song before. What is this blasphemy?
I hope it's as good as Kansas City.
I had no idea. Alibaba, you have literally named there. That is the singer Touch and Throw. I want to have a segment of like, I'm frustrated with this machine. I have a Bel Air that I've been working on for 3 years, and I don't know if I'll ever get it fixed. Whenever I feel like being frustrated and making myself mad, I pull it out and put it on my desk, and I'm like, why did I do this to myself today? Why did I do this to myself? Probably longer if I really think about it. I'm probably working on it longer. I thought that Van Halen's Panama was actually Cannonball. I love Van Halen. I have like I think 11 David Lee Roth albums. Like Sammy Hagar. I have all of the Margaritaville stuff. I love anything that has to do with Van Halen. I'm gonna take my Singer Featherweight sewing machine. Oh, I'm gonna make my Singer Featherweight sewing machine my phone ringtone. Love that. I love that sound too. I know exactly what you're saying. I fall asleep to people industrial sewing, or like I just in the back of my mind, I'm like, I wonder what they're saying. Because so in my subconscious, while I'm sleeping, someone's either speaking Farsi or Japanese or Korean. And they could be saying anything. And I would never know.
I hate my life. I hate my life. I hate my life.
I think about that all the time. Like, it's different. Like when the guys are showing off the machine, because I'll watch like in Japan. I want to go to a Japanese sewing convention so bad. Oh, these sewing machines talk to you. They get up and walk around. They have They're like transformers. If you get bored, just type in Japanese sewing convention and you'll be like, where have you been all my life?
It's like, I tore a seam while walking. It just comes up to you and fixes it as you're walking on. Like,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
DLR
was way too cool. Butterfly by wall, I also have in crinkle finish. Oh my gosh. Do you know, I say this every time Butterfly brings up, oh, someone found my Instagram. Every time Butterfly brings up, if I see a featherweight, you'll never see a video about it because I instantly put it up in no matter what condition, because I can get a couple thousand out of it, especially out here. I sell those things so fast.
Is Featherweight, is that a brand or like a...
Yeah, it's like a holy grail sewing machine. There are certain sewing machines that just go for a lot of money and they're guaranteed seller. Like my 301A and my 404, there's just certain there are certain brands that people want. And like, especially like I wanted a 404 because my dad had one, and like I got lucky and paid thrift store prices, but people will pay hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars for nostalgia. Oh, I want to see the Japanese sewing conventions. They're unreal. And South Korea too. They go off. I do it too. It's crazy. It is crazy. There are certain machines, like, because I've learned over the years, like with my 1950 machines, they sell, but they're pretty, so they can live here. But like a lot of my what I think is vintage isn't necessarily vintage because they were mass produced even for that time, especially the 50s up. The Dunkin' Donuts I go to sometimes has Japanese machines in it. They play little snippets from classical music. I love that. They're the only ones I work on right now. Singer Featherweight has a call. Yes, they do. They do. I'm in that cult, man. I've made so much money. 404 file. Oh, I miss those days. I wouldn't mind a Singer 222K, but I just don't have that money. Do you know? I'm honestly Ollie Bob for a ball. Every time I've found one of those, it's from someone who doesn't know what they have, and I'm like biting a hole in my lip, trying to be like, oh, "I'll give you 25 for that," with my hands shaking because I know I'm gonna sell it for like $4,000 or something crazy. You talk about gambling. I remember the first time I sold a sewing machine for $1,000. It was like the same feeling.
I mean, I'm sure it's a rush. Like,
I was like, did somebody just put $1,000 in my PayPal? That thing will be. I'll drive it to your house. I don't care if it costs $1,000 in gas. Yeah, they do. They do. I got kicked out of a group. I talk about this all the time. I got kicked out of a sewing group because I put stickers on my Singer 301A.
they don't like that.
They sent me a private message. They're like, "Do you understand what you did? Get out of this group now."
Jesus.
Oh man, so I've found that there is not a genre online that is for the faint of heart. I sold comic books. I have never seen so many racist keyboard warriors in my life.
Jesus.
That's what I said. Like, bro, we're selling comic books and people, man, like the internet is not for the faint of heart.
For real.
There are certain machines like,
12?
oh, which one? I think it is my 22K. Like, I have to look. I can't even, because I have so many vintage Singers. There was one, I just ran the serial numbers and it was like, oh, you won the World Series. You could sell this one for a couple grand.
Huh, nice.
That there are a few that I am on the lookout for. But like I said, I'm a grubby, warmongering capitalist. Like, there are certain machines. That's why, like my son is addicted to the swap meet because he gets to eat crummy food at 9 a.m, corn dogs and churros. Like, you know,
It's like the state fair, but every weekend.
they're closing ours down, so we started going more. Hobby groups can be petty as fuck. I agree. I've left a few. I've left a few. Like, sewing machines are different because most people look at me like an oddity. They're like, "You really collect sewing machines?" But like, comic book groups, I was so shocked on how angry and like, you know, when I say like, "Oh, these people are racist," I'm not saying it lightly. I don't throw that just around. I don't throw that word around just because like these fools came at me crazy, and I'm like, look at their profile picture. I'm like, bro, you couldn't punch your way out of a wet paper bag. What are you doing? Like, what is wrong with you? But people get internet muscles. Back in the day, we used to call it phone banging.
Phone banging?
Yeah, when someone would get all, they're like pretend they're a gangbanger on the phone. They get all tough, you know?
Oh, I gotcha. Like a keyboard warrior
Oh,
today.
big time.
I gotcha.
Big time. Then you see them in person and they're a track star. Speaking of which, did you see the footage of Jake Paul running from Floyd Mayweather's gang?
I have not.
I'm anti. That's another reason why I do not miss Vegas, for all the weirdos that hang out there. Just the walking foot in the featherweight era, the penguin foot goes for $1,000. That's what I'm saying. Goes for $1,000. Would love to find a couple of those. Yes, anything that I find in that era, I instantly put up on my local group because I know they'll circle it like vultures.
I should have done that.
Telephone tough guys are the worst. They are but that's what the internet has turned into, is people who I'm looking forward to finding a penguin one day. I know that there is. Hey, in my area, people own actually there's a gibbon farm by my job. And because I know the owner, I go there all the time. And I asked her one day, I was like, is this like a rescue? And she's like, no, I own all of these. So she owns monkeys.
I didn't know you could own gibbons in California.
Neither did I. It's a huge property, though.
Because
I
if you have
might
enough
take.
money, anything's possible.
That's true. That is true. That is true. I'm a spoiled human being who can rollerblade in the gym. Do you know in the real world, if you took rollerblades on a gym, you'd get tackled
Oh yeah,
because you're ruining the floor.
makes sense.
Because you're the floorboards, that's real wood, you know. So I commented on Yorkshire Showgirls channel, and it always makes me laugh when big YouTubers respond back to me. I'm like, yeah, total geeked out. But she reminded me that having a sewing room is a luxury.
True.
But it's so true. Like, it is
My
so
sewing
true.
room is going to be my bedroom.
I'm fortunate to have enough space to have a sewing room, you know. Come to Butterfly Pink. Oh, I've heard of Spanking Monkey. Oh my
God.
gosh. Mike Tyson gave the greatest interview. And anyone who's seen me when I used to stream, I've told this story a million times. But this guy asked Mike Tyson, he's like, how come you don't own exotic animals anymore? And Mike Tyson was like, nah, man. Never own anything that can eat you. He owned tigers and all kinds of black panthers. And one night he was feeding a black panther and it tried to drag him in the cage. And if he wasn't Mike Tyson, that thing would have killed him. But he said he just punched it and he ran. And he just ran. And it gave him scars for life. So, you know.
And if Mike Tyson is going to run from something.
Literally. And that always stuck with me. Like, so I will never own anything that could, like, I'd love to have one of those walking foot at that price. I'd copy it. You know, the whole time we're sitting here, Mark, I'm like, well, I own them. I have a machine shop. Like, give me one. I could copy that real
So I got
quick.
a 3D printer over here.
Damn right. They're hard to make. I know. I have tried. That's good to know, Ollie. That's good. That's good to know.
Ears off of you. Oh God. Well, that's the thing. Like with like animals that could, take you on, especially cats. Like if you think about it, like you look at like a 50-pound dog, right? Like it's a good sized dog, but if you got in a one-on-one fight with it, you could probably take it. Like your life literally depended on it. You could probably take it. But a 50-pound cat coming at you, you're fucked. You're not coming away from that.
Have you ever seen a cougar or like a big cat face to face?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, outside of zoos as well. Yeah.
I have. A
San
long
Diego.
time ago, I got stalked by one and didn't know it. I was weed whacking with headphones on. But we have spotters at my job. Like, you have to have spotters. You have to have, because you could start a fire.
Oh, and not know it.
Yeah, because if a rock hits a spark or something, especially out in the middle of a field, and there was a cat literally following me, and I turned around, that thing was 15 feet away from me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was bigger than me. And I'm a $190, 200 depending on the time of year. That thing was bigger than me.
When I was a kid with my dad up in Grass Valley, we get some fair amount of snow sometimes. But there's this like big wooded area across the street from my dad's place. And I remember one time, him and I went on a snow walk, and it was about, a good foot of snow on the ground or whatever. And we saw these deer tracks, and we're like, we're gonna follow this deer, right? And we started, stalking the deer. And finally we, the deer tracks, we lost the deer tracks. So we're like, okay, we turn around, and as we're walking back, we noticed that our tracks were now being followed by a big ass cat's tracks. So we're like, oh my.
Yeah, those things are no joke, and they're not necessarily scared of people.
Oh no, yeah, no. And just judging by the size of the freaking paws on this thing, like I just remember them being huge.
Making one would be hard, but I'd set up to make a production. Even making special tooling would be bad. Do you know what's really funny? With metal fabrication, if you have the tools, you can make almost anything. We just have to have is just patience. I
Yeah,
like woodworking taught me patience, but with metal fabrication, like depending on what it is.
yeah. I remember in at university, part of my physics degree, actually part of to getting my instrumentation certificate, is we had metal shop. I had to take metal shop and things like that, and learn to use the lathe and CNC machines and things like that. And yeah, you could literally, as you said, literally damn near make anything. Like with like hell with the right the right schematics and plug it into a CNC machine, you could make a fucking ghost gun or whatever, and it's scary.
That's rule number 3 at my job is don't do that.
Yeah, don't make
Literally, like,
guns.
yeah, that's like when we get a newbie, I always give them the straight face speech of like, it sounds funny, but this is the rules of things you can't do in here. I found, where is it? I found a where someone made a jailhouse shank at the shop, and I'm like, dude, who's been to prison? This was years ago. This was years ago. It's in here somewhere. I took that thing. It's lost in this room somewhere, but I found it in the shop, and I'm like, who got bored and turned a broom handle into a weapon? Like, you can't do that, dude.
Grind it on the freaking.
No, they made it professional style. They put the cap back on it and everything. It's like it, but when you have a machine shop, you can fashion anything, you know. I believe Commander had to go do a haul. I believe, Liz. Oh, butterfly, like those cats. They are beautiful, but you would never want to run up on one of those things. They are beautiful. Like our trash panda, the trash panda in my neighborhood, it has this big round head. It literally the raccoon looks like a mini teddy bear.
Oh,
I wouldn't go within 5 feet of that rabies-laden, disgusting animal. But it's beautiful. I turn on the light.
Don't get me wrong. You're beautiful. You're just utterly disgusting and vile.
It's a trash eater, and it's not like a possum. Possums, people don't realize this, but possums, they keep Lyme disease down. Like, you want a possum in the tree by your house.
You're big on eat ticks, don't they?
Yes, they eat any mites, all kinds of stuff, and they keep the disease away from you, you know. So possums are okay. Trash pandas have no circle. They have no symbionts. They have no natural predators. Like,
was it? I think it was Japan where like the trash pandas. They're not from that area, but like some cartoon that they had a long time ago had one as a pet, a raccoon as a pet, and all the kids wanted one. So so they started bringing raccoons into as pets, and then they realized these are not fucking pets.
Oh, they're awful.
Released them, and so now they're just fucking everywhere.
Oh,
raccoons are just running the streets.
That's awful.
Yeah.
I am not a fan. I am not. Possums scare me too, but possums are like they're wussies. Like when I have a cat bowl in my backyard. Okay, when I turn the light on at night, it's a gamble. It is literally a toss up to see if it's a raccoon, possum. We have skunks around here.
Skunks are the ones I stay away from.
And that's another thing. So fun fact: skunks are not scared of humans.
They don't give a fuck.
They know they smell bad. They know that they can. They know, like, well, humans run from me, so maybe they're scared of me, and I shouldn't be scared of them. Our possums are cute. Okay, this is true. This is true. If you ever look up Australian possum, they look like a Star Wars character. American possums are that of nightmare. Because I had this argument a long time ago with an Australian I used to talk to all the time. And she was like, I was telling her, I showed her a picture and I was like, that's a possum. She's like, that's not a possum. This is a possum. I said, that's not a possum. That's a mouse.
That's so cute. Oh, they're so small too.
Yes, possums will play dead if you threaten.
There's literally playing possum. Like
possums are. I don't have a problem with possums. I don't consider them bad. Skunks are friendly here. Yep, walk up and you'll try to be. There is a possum
Aw.
there's a possum that's so big that it's like with its tail, it's 4 feet. I know it's all tail, but it's a mother possum. That thing is so huge, and it likes cat food.
Speaking of possum, God, remember Pepe Le Pew? God, how rapey is that little freaking skunk?
I put my Pepe Le Pew shirt in. I made a Pepe Le Pew shirt a long time ago, and then I'm not kidding you. The day I posted it on Twitter, people were like, "Pepe Le Pew, look, LL Cool J put it the best." Okay, I have Sirius Radio, and the only time I ever listen to it is in my car. And LL Cool J kind of said it the best because they always have this thing called Salute the Sample. Well, they'll play the original of what the sample was that the rapper took, the snippet of whatever the rapper took. And they were playing a Quincy Jones song, and they were like, "Oh, this is a Pepe Le Pew song." LL kind of said it the best. Pepe Le Pew would catch a charge nowadays.
For real.
Pepe Le Pew was an arm grabber. Pepe Le Pew would be on a list. Okay, we know this, but that was 60 standards.
Probably, yeah.
I know. No, because we live in a world where everyone gets canceled. Okay, everyone gets canceled nowadays, and like when they canceled John Wayne, I almost rioted. Yes, but then shuffle your foot once until it goes. But I know John Wayne wouldn't have hung out with me. But Sons of Kate Elder inspired me, and still to this day, I say the line of "I won't shoot you, but old Stumpy will." I love John Wayne. I grew up watching all John Wayne movie. I don't care. Like, I love Jeff Bridges. I don't think he'd hang out with me either. And I doubt.
Cool.
But the thing, he probably would. He probably would. I've told the story a million times. I saw John Goodman is a real life stoner.
Oh yeah?
The man exuded marijuana. Like, I walked past him, I was like, is he smoking? Is something smoking in his pocket? And still to this day, John Goodman is the only human being I know that could walk into the Pantages Theater with marijuana in his pocket and no ticket. I saw Wicked, and he walked in, and I'm from LA, so I leave people alone if they're famous, But John Goodman is the Big Lebowski. Like, he didn't give up. He walked into a place where everybody was dressed up, and he walked in wearing sweats and didn't care. Like,
Nice.
John Wayne was the quintessential good cowboy when I was growing up, and Clint Eastwood was the quintessential bad cowboy. Clint Eastwood is a perfect example of somebody who grew up to become a get off my lawn person. Because if you've seen his movies, his war movies give me goosebumps. There's a scene, I can't remember which movie it was, but after, like, there basically was a scene where all these men were on a ship after World War II, and I think they were going to Japan, because that was actually the largest fleet ever sent, ever. People think it was D-Day, but it was when the world sent every ship on Earth to Japan.
And Japan was shitting themselves.
Yeah. Quite. No, because I'm a numbers guy, and I was shocked to see that they sent 10 times more. But there's a scene where this guy falls off of the boat, and like they show him buoying in the water, and all the boats keep going. And one of the soldiers is like, "Hey, bro, we don't stop." And they left that guy there. It's heartless, dude. Heartless. But that's how they did it back in the day. Don't fall off the boat. They're not going to. There's a war. It's a world war going on. We don't have time to stop. They didn't stop because they only had enough fuel to go there and come back. And so they no plan stops. No unplanned stops. No rescue boats. Nothing.
Here's a life preserver. Good luck.
Alibaba has corrected me. The biggest landing was Normandy. Pacific wasn't landing. That is true. That is true. But the largest fleet, I believe. I'm just going on hearsay and like.
Oh, I mean the pack. What is it? The pack fleet. Big, lots of boats.
Oh, right now. Oh, when I first got my Alexa, but you have to be very specific when you ask the question. Alexa, how many boats are in the Pacific Fleet?
From golfserve.org, Pacific Fleet consists of approximately 200 ships/submarines, nearly 1,200 aircraft, and more than 130,000 sailors and civilians.
That's not near that.
That
That's
seems low, right?
that seems super low because last time I asked, it was like 9. Let
I
me.
guess it's defining like what a ship versus a boat versus a.
Because when you look up the Pacific Fleet online, they show you the insane. Like there was one time I was being a little insecure, and I looked at the Pacific Fleet, and I was like, okay, I'm good. I'm on the West Coast. I don't know about the East Coast, but we got a lot of boats in the water on the West Coast, a lot, and between us and Canada, Canada
Yeah, that's
counts
right,
too.
Canada.
They care. No, Canada cares too, man.
Canada cares.
What do you think about my my old guy, cool guy idea?
Oh God. Well, the early bird special starts at
They are kind of Ray Charles-ish, but I don't care because I believe in function over fashion every time. And I can actually see the screen with my glasses on.
I like these glasses. Like they got the blue light filtering on for this kind of shit. And they turn into sunglasses, when outside but they also, you're a goober because you got transition lenses and
I always trip out on people that have transition lenses because you can always tell because we're inside and they're like, are they wearing sunglasses? No, they have transition.
yeah. Aw.
Both have stopping orders,
Sunglasses
U-boat
are.
subs. Yeah, they ask about the Pacific Fleet size in World War II. I've always thought the largest was China fleet in early Ming period.
Oh, I was gonna say China nowadays, like their fleet, yeah, it's big, but it's not nearly the size of the United States. And like they can, like China only really can, like they don't have long distance cruisers like we do.
Exactly. Have a great night, Butterflies. Great seeing you. Thanks for coming by. I'm glad you got to see the Cowboys jersey. And I am a total homer and I show off everything. Like I said, I used to get insecure about it, and this was like before the Ukrainian. It's because I would always get in pissing contests with the English. Because I used to stream with a lot of English YouTubers, and it inevitably would always come down to I call it the oppression off. They would be like, "Oh, my country did this. Oh, my country did this." Like, okay, I get it. Both of our country, like, no, we all have blood on our hands, okay? You were first, we were second. Get over it,
It's funny. I was just talking to a young lady from London today, and she was going off on like how it's annoying that Americans are like, oh, we saved your, we kicked your, saved your butt in World War II, or we've been kicking your butt since the Revolutionary War and things like that. And like I said, like the Simpsons did it best. Like they had a future episode, and they're like, Homer was like, yeah, we
Yep.
saved your butt in World War II. Yeah, well, we saved your butt in World War III.
Exactly. That was Hugh Grant.
What's gonna happen?
That was the Hugh Grant episode.
Oh my God, we're old.
I'm a geek. I am a television historian. I was raised by television. If in anything from that era, like I'm a total homer when it comes to that. And that's another thing. Like, okay, I get it. Like, there's no country that I don't know. I just find it weird when we get in these weird little rivalries of whose country is worse.
Yeah.
And I can see how that's annoying because the Wright brothers were the first in flight, but they weren't the first to invent a plane. I can't remember. It was a Frenchman. And I remember there was a famous quote during World War I. The guy who invented the plane looked up and was like, he saw two planes shooting at each other, and he was like, "Man, if I had known they were going to do this, I would have never invented the plane."
I mean, it's like Oppenheimer with the nuke. It's like, oh fuck, what'd I do?
Yeah, they're not going to make shields.
Yeah. And that was one of the weird things. Like after I got out of university, with my physics degree, like I had some job offers and things like that. But one of my things is I didn't want to work for a defense corporation. I didn't want to make weapons. I didn't want to be even tangentially related to making weapons. And even if they would promise me, oh, everything's defensive, like if I was making body armor, I'm like, yeah, but still, like, any body armor I make for an American that'll save their life will necessarily go to the enemy at some point. So it's like, I don't want to be part of this. So I didn't.
Especially if you come out of the military. My dad fell in that trap. He worked for Boeing, Rocketdyne, and NASA. First thing he did before NASA was they were building missiles. And because he worked on the heat shielding of for the space shuttles, what do you think they applied that to? Missiles.
To ballistic missiles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. The same heat shielding that's on a old school space shuttle is sitting in a Nike base by your house somewhere.
Exactly. It's
The dude who invented the Keurig machine hates that he invented it because of all the I can see that from the K-cups.
so much waste.
The smartest thing I ever did was buy a reusable K-cup. Well, I got it from you guys because I did get hooked on that McDonald's coffee for a while though, because it tasted like the coffee from McDonald's, like the actual coffee from the store.
Nice.
But it was more caffeine. I'm all about effect. Like, if it's not getting me ripped, I'm not going to smoke it. And if I'm not jittery, I'm not going to drink it. Like, I want my coffee to keep me up.
It's funny, because coffee, like, it's bitter by its nature. And so that's like, it tricks our brain. It says to our brain that it's poison, right? But we like it so much. We just override that in our own brain. Like, yeah, it's poison, but I like it.
Think about nicotine.
Exactly.
Nicotine is, if you take a brain scan, I got this from Scientific American. When there's a child who is born on heroin and there's a child born on nicotine, there's no difference in the brain scan at all. Okay. Nicotine is so harmful and addictive. And I smoked forever and ever and ever and ever, I'll never forget. I had an ex-girlfriend. She was from Maine. She was an explorer. And she's like, I never smoked. I want to hit this cigarette. She hit it. One hit. She's like, this is the nasty. She's like, how can you be hooked on this? It doesn't even taste good, But to a smoker, like it's your life.
It's heaven.
It's one of those, to a smoker, it's what you do, literally,
Yeah.
So I was gonna put a white patch on this, but like I said, I actually wear my cowboy hats, and you can't necessarily wash a cowboy hat. And white patches, I watched the other night I was sewing, and I watched like almost 6 hours of a rodeo. So I pulled all my cowboy clothes out because they're super fashionable nowadays. So they'll have like really sick patches.
No, yeah.
Because all these guys are sponsored by their own companies, and their own teams, so they have to stand out.
Makes sense.
Like
more NASCAR now, where it's
totally.
surprised they're not branding the horse with
It's not, if you're not in it, it is animal cruelty because they do cow roping, hog tying, all kind, so if you're not into that, I wouldn't recommend watching it. It's definitely not for the faint of heart. Where is my remote? Is there hockey on right now? Am I tripping?
As my dad used to say about rodeos, it's like I only like it when the bull wins.
I watched a Houston rodeo and it seemed more hardcore because I've gone to a bunch in Vegas. Shocker. Because when you gamble, they give you free tickets. especially when you wear a cowboy hat. Like I wear a cowboy hat, so they're like, "Oh, this guy wants to go to the rodeo," you know.
You must
But
want to.
I've gone to a bunch for free in Vegas. That's the one thing about Las Vegas. If you have a compulsive gambling habit, like I've seen the Rat Pack like 4 or 5 different times. The wannabe Rat Pack. I have a picture. I don't know what she was on that night, but there was a Marilyn Monroe who fell in love with me in front of my ex Norwegian girlfriend. And for anyone who's ever dated a woman from Norway, Norwegian women are no joke. They will curse out a cop. They will. They are not scared of you. It's that Viking blood, bro. It's that Viking like.
Did that bitch just pull out a battle axe?
But we're walking out, and she was like, "Oh, Marilyn Monroe thinks you're hot," because we all had to take pictures. Marilyn Monroe grabbed my butt. She did. So if you're out there, Marilyn, hey. No, I'll never forget that. I think she was just trying to tick off my girl. I don't know. Vegas is crazy. Vegas is a crazy
my wallet's
place.
gone. That's what she was doing.
Nah, man. Vegas rules. Wallets in front pocket, and I'm doing this every like 4 or 5 minutes, man. Nah, Vegas rules.
Vegas rules.
This is the same in Mexico, Vegas, Disneyland, like anywhere where you're content and you can get pickpocket real quick. New York, Vegas rules. New York, front pocket. Or like that's where I wear my secret pants with a zipper on the inside.
I could see you with like a money belt or a fanny pack or something.
Only time I'd ever have a fanny pack is if I had 1911 in it.
There you go.
That's the only time I'd have it. If you see me with a fanny pack, run.
That's so funny. I had when I was a correctional officer, I had a buddy who wore a fanny pack, and we'd always fucking make fun of him. But that's where he kept his CCW or his concealed weapon. With his fucking like he's got this lame ass fanny pack. Opens up, there's a fucking 1911 in there. Like,
yeah. Oh yeah.
No one's gonna make fun of that.
My when I was a kid, for the longest time, my dad carried a man purse. It was leather and everything. And I asked my mom, I said, why the hell did dad, what was dad's Metro phase? And she's like, bro, he had a Walters PPK in that thing the entire time. I had no idea he had a 007 handgun in that thing, you know?
He takes it up with a little silencer on it. Like, oh my.
Keep some money in the top of your... Oh my God. Okay, so I'm laughing, but that totally brought back a memory. A long time ago, a friend of mine, we were sitting in our house in Arizona, and I stupidly said, "Hey, let's go to TJ." So we drove all the way down the 8 freeway through the entire state of Arizona to Tijuana. First, we got stopped by the Border Patrol. I smoked a blunt in the car, not realizing that when you're on the 8 freeway, it goes into this weird no man's land. So when you come back into what is considered California, the Border Patrol's there because it's not America and it's not Mexico.
It's like a nice little checkpoint spot. Oh,
and it's supposed to be an open highway. They have literally set up shop there. They stop every car.
Seems a bit not to get weird about it. I don't like the authority the Border Patrol has.
They're the most aggressive agency I've ever come across.
Like you could be in downtown San Francisco. Hell, you could be in Sacramento.
Yep.
And they're like, you're within 100 miles of a border. I'm like, what border? The ocean?
Yep.
Okay. Like,
they have that weird rule in America where if you're at any border, even if it's the ocean, they could check your status. I saw this thing in Minnesota where this guy walked up to this woman and was speaking Spanish to her, and she's like, "I'm from Canoga Park. What are you doing?" But he thought she was illegal, and it was bad. It was all bad. So we go to TJ. We partied like rock stars.
Nice.
I'm so drunk that I peed on the Mexico side of the border in public.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, Ruh-roh was right, Scooby. They took me and my friend, okay? I had a paycheck in my sock. I had like really high, like almost hockey socks on. Keep in mind, I speak Spanish. The entire time they're taking us through this alley, and the cops are like, look, let's just rob this kid because the whiny white kid is driving me crazy. My friend was crying. He was crying. He's like, please don't kill me. And I'm like, shut up.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Shut up. You
They're
know,
just looking for dinner money.
oh, dude, robbing American tourists is part of their GNP. That's part of their gross national product. Like it is known that the Mexican police are corrupt. If I'm saying anything wrong, like it is known that you could pay off the federales. Like it is known. I've seen my grandfather do it. I've seen my father do it. I've done it. Like, oh, you giving us a hard time? Here's $50. Oh,
Just
your entire caravan
that
can
in
go
with
through
Rick.
you. know, yeah. They set up roadblocks just to give people a hard time. But in this case, I was wrong because I urinated on the Mexico side of the border, and that's illegal in their country, you know. But they long story short, they took us to like the ghetto of TJ, to an alley. They stuck us for basically between my friend and I, we almost had $1,000 on us. So they were like, oh, thank you. And they left us right there in the alley. And all these like tattoo gangster dudes came out and they were like, you guys need a ride to the border.
So,
and they were the nicest dudes ever.
well, this
And
is
this
not the
one,
first time I'm sure that the cops would dump somebody right there.
he told me this total cholo. I mean, scary dude, nicest guy on earth. He's like, dude, these cops are the worst. They do it all the time.
Cops are the fucking worst, man.
Yeah. And he drove us straight back to the border. And like the guy, like he made sure we got through and everything. Like he was going to like say something to the cops, you know?
He walks up there. Never mind. Just let them go.
Like, yeah, man. So don't always judge a book by its cover, man. Yeah, we
There
got
you go.
arrested in Mexico. Like we
That's
got arrested
nuts.
for real. It's scary because they could have taken us to an alley and capped both of us, you know? Dude, the money in the top of the sock totally triggered that memory. Dude, the cops in Mexico are, but there's many countries like that. There's many countries where you could pay off. I've been to Guatemala and they weren't going to let us across the border. And I was like, there's $50. And they let us right across the border. You know?
Chauffeured you.
Well, it's the crossing from Guatemala into Mexico is one of the most dangerous places on earth.
Is it?
And I was an ignorant child, not realizing. I just kept going deeper and deeper and deeper. And I wanted to go to El Salvador, but my cousin got scared and was like, "We need to turn around," because he knew where we were. I was just like, I'm a dumb American. I am 20 years old and an explorer.
I'm invulnerable. I'm not gonna. No, you're about to get like kidnapped and like tortured on freaking the dark web for entertainment.
Well, I blended in.
That's true. That's true.
Because Mexico, excuse me, Mexico it's brown people. The people they show on television, like England is the same way. Okay, when you go there, you think it's all people of a certain ethnicity, and you're like, oh my gosh, there's black people here. Oh my gosh, there's Southeast Asian people here. There are people. It's like America, and lots of countries are like that. It's a melting pot,
Absolutely.
But in a place like I blend in with the Guatemalans and stuff. Like, have you heard about the the people that recently got murdered in Mexico? They thought they were Haitian drug dealers. 4 African American people got clipped out because they didn't look like everybody else because they thought they were Haitian, to the point where the cartels apologized and they delivered a bunch of people saying these are the guys to the police. The cartels were like, no, we killed them thinking that these guys were Haitian drug dealers, but if they're Americans, we're sorry. And they gave the people who did it to the police.
A lot of good that does for the family of the
deceased. Trust me, I speak Spanish and I was like, oh, this is awful. But like, don't go to Mexico. Don't go to Mexico. I live there. Don't go there.
I've never been there. And like, I remember like always wanting to go, but then like as an adult, realizing that, like it's not the friendly place that like it was made to seem when I was a kid, like, oh, that's Mexico, No, it's there's some crazy shit going down there.
who went down there for a tummy tuck and were actually they were actually drug dealers. They were.
Oh,
On the Spanish news, the cartels delivered the people and everything, and they said who they were and everything. I
that's
think they're
nuts.
just trying, because what happens is if America puts pressure on Mexico, and then the Mexican they send the army, because the cops can't do anything to the cartels because the cartels own the towns.
Yeah, they own the
But-
cops.
But you're not fighting the army.
They'll fucking they're straight up
It's power
fucking
in
going there with
numbers.
tanks.
It's power in numbers. There's a very famous story about how like this one Mexican regiment went as far north in Texas as they could go to see what would happen. No one stopped them. They were a bunch of well-armed human beings, and no one said a word to them. No one stopped them, and they like were embarrassed and turned around and went back to Mexico because
Like,
they were
this is weird.
yeah. But I'm sure in Texas it's not strange to see some well-armed people in a big truck, anyways.
For real.
But the Mexican army, it has a giant Mexican flag on it and everything. You would know. Like, you would know that it's the Mexican army, That's
Hilarious.
crazy, Phoenix. Because see, and that's the thing about the media, because like on the American side, they're saying no, they killed Americans. Like, no, they just went there for a tummy tuck. And we're actual drug dealers. Wow. That's crazy. So they were actually drug dealers. Haitians are black. And so I can totally see how they're like, oh, they're Haitian, and that's their rivals.
That's
Don't go.
nuts.
Don't go.
Just don't go. The
Even
donkey shows aren't worth it. Oh.
where you that's it's real. I've seen it with my own two eyes. Where you live, are there neighborhoods that you can't go into, that you wouldn't go into?
Not here. This is a college town, so it's kind of
Oh, okay.
not so bad here.
Like, where I live, there are places that like you don't go. There are no-go zones where I live. Like, if you don't live on Normandy, don't go down Normandy. If you don't live on certain, like, that's literally the street where Reginald Denny got beat, that started the LA riots in '94.
Just got like, this is a relatively calm place, but like we just like on the news report, like like the next town over is like, oh, there's a Food Max and they just found a body wrapped in a tarp in a grocery cart outside the Food Max. I'm like, what?
Here, the new thing is finding bodies in those clothes, those things where people drop off clothes.
Well, that's terrible.
People go to steal and go to like take the clothes out, and they fall in, and all the clothes fall on top of them. It's not even. It's happened more than once. It happened by my house, and everyone freaked out, and the cops were like, "Dude, we have it on camera. It wasn't even murder. It was just bad luck,
Yeah, don't do that.
Kilroy, this is hilarious because maybe they thought they were chasing the cartel guy and didn't stop. I watch a lot of Spanish television. This is a very famous story. They interviewed the guys, and the guys were like, Americans are hardcore. They didn't even react to us. The little kids were waving to us. Like, because in Mexico, they're all scared of the army because the army comes in and wrecks shop. They don't play.
Here,
The
the army's like, yay.
Yeah. we like when we see armed forces in America, we're like, hi. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was a very famous. I watch a lot of Spanish television when I'm sewing and stuff. I just need background noise, and every once in a while, a story like I'll be like, I gotta rewind that story. Because it's just it's crazy how people don't care. There's tiny towns and villages here that if you go in them and you're not from there, you'll get in trouble pretty quick. Needless to say, there are plenty of places I don't go here. See, I figured it's like that everywhere. It has to be. Like, I figured there has to be, like,
I mean,
because I know, like, in the UK, like, there's, certain places where people don't go.
Like, there's a homeless encampment. I guess you could consider, the little shanty town here that you don't go there if you don't belong there, kind of thing. Like I went there as part of my work to do some outreach, just looking for veterans, and this dude just comes randomly running out of his tent with a fucking gun in his hand.
Yep.
And I'm like, what the fuck, man? I'm like, and his buddy comes, oh, no, it's just a toy gun. I'm like, I don't care. I'm leaving.
That's
Here's my card. I'm
insane.
out.
That's insane. The
I'm
this
not,
mafia.
like,
I loved that show. I loved that stupid show. I thought it was the dumbest thing. I watched every episode, even when it got lame. I loved Amish Mafia.
You mean it wasn't lame? I know, I never saw it.
That and there was a show about Oklahoma hand fishing. That's on my bucket list.
Is that like the
noodling.
noodling kind of thing?
Yeah, you stick your hand down a
Okay.
hole because catfish are dumb.
Catfish are dumb.
They'll eat anything. And they taste really good with fried anything.
Yeah, I'm not a huge catfish fan, but as long as it's fresh, like
I
don't know.
grew up like I said, I didn't, culture's funny. Like I grew up eating oxtail, eating certain things that most
Oxtail's
people
good.
think are gross. I didn't know any better because I've been eating them my whole life. Like oysters. There's just I was shocked when I met my ex-wife. She was the first person I ever met that's like, I don't like seafood. I looked at her like, what? I didn't even know people like that existed,
I remember when I was in the army, we had this like, it was this meal that had ham hocks and things like that. And I was stoked because I grew up eating like ham hocks and hog jows and things like that. So I grabbed a bunch of the lima beans and the ham hocks and this is in Fort Benning, Georgia. And this big, drill sergeant Black E6 guy comes up to me. He's like, "Do you even know how to eat that, boy?"
I love that. And that's another thing. That's one good thing that I got from the culture I'm from. Like, because of my mother, it's the Hispanic influence, and I know, and because of my dad, like I can get down on two cultures when it comes to food. Like, absolutely. And now I'm craving ham. I'm gonna go to the can real quick because now I'm craving a ham hock. I made my mom made split pea soup, and I gave her all the ingredients. I gave her a clue. I bought all the ingredients and was like, put it on the counter. I was like, here, it's a clue.
Make something happen.
I'm gonna leave this ham hock here. If you cook it, if it just happens to be cooked, that would be great.
That would be great. Oh man.
How can you not like seafood, but also chicken liver pate is an acquired taste or I eat anchovies.
I love
I
anchovies.
eat oh man, I'm gross. I'll put anchovies on pizza. I'm a Ninja Turtle. I gotta go to the can real quick.
I'm an Ninja Turtle. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Do you think though that's a generational thing?
You know what? I think it comes back to really what I was talking about earlier. Like how many people out there have just like, oh, I don't like anchovies on pizza, but never actually ever tried it, right? It's either stigmatized for some reason, or you have a parent who doesn't like it or never tried it, and they pass that on like, oh, that's gross, and don't like it, so their kid doesn't like it. I probably the same when it comes to, God forbid, the pineapple on pizza controversy. Some people like it, some people don't, and so many people pass that dislike onto their own kids. Yeah, it's I grew up eating, my family, we had a special pizza that we would either order or make ourselves called the Mops pizza, and I think it was it mushrooms, olives, pineapple, and shrimp, and it was good. Like, you got to find a pizza place that has shrimp, but yeah, it's weird pizza combinations and things like that, and it's like I'm sure that triggers a lot of people with the pineapple and the seafood on the pizza.
All right, so I'm pro. I hate this argument. I'm pro pineapple. I'm growing 3 pineapples right now. If you see me putting pineapples on pizza, I'm sick and I need to be put in an institution. I just I'm not a fan of pineapple on pizza, but when I moved to like LA, the real LA,
The real
when I was a
LA.
kid, well, no, because I live in the burbs. Like if you live in the city, if I lived in the city, you would know because you'd hear a helicopter overhead. You'd hear like
It's a
LA
car
is
chase
not-
going on.
Oh, dude, LA is no joke. I saw one the other day where I'm like, dude, this happens nowhere else except for here. Like, it's crazy, and I completely forgot what I was gonna say now.
Pineapple on pizza.
It's definitely a culture thing in Los Angeles. Pineapple on pizza is everywhere. We have this place called Pizza Loca, and at Pizza Loca, their specialty is do you remember when Pizza Hut had the Bigfoot pizza where it was just literally like a 4-foot pizza? They make a Bigfoot pineapple and ham pizza, and it's their number one seller. So it's a culture. It just depends on where you live.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan, not a fan. But putting ham and pineapple, see, Ollie and I are on the same page. It's a Canadian thing. Totally. Oh, whoops. I almost put Phoenix. See, I'm clicking too much. I almost put Phoenix in timeout. That 5-hour slow car chase with all the LAPD weird maneuvers, and that guy was huffing gas and smoking meth in a vape. I watched that.
Yes, I saw that.
He was in the hood too. He was in the hood. He was in Compton. He was in the real hood. Like,
And they're just like driving ever so slowly, and then pit maneuver. Like, what the hell? Like,
LA ain't no joke. And the funny thing is, when they kept on like panning back, he was by a high school. LA is no joke. Like, our kids see that crap. LA is no joke. Be careful, Liz. Be careful.
Yeah, I was watching. I think it was in. I'm just gonna go with Los Angeles because that's where all the car chases are. But yeah, like the guy was like zooming through, and it was during rush hour. And like he was going like 80, 90 miles an hour. And it was, kids were like coming out of school, and like he comes up to like this big intersection with hundreds of kids crossing. And like the helicopter guy's just like, don't stop, dude. Just keep going. Because he was like pulling to the kids and he'd stop the car. And the guy had an assault rifle on his lap. And they were like, just keep going, dude. Do not stop. Just please keep going. Like, we will gladly continue this high-speed chase away from all these children. Like,
I think we used to have rules against that. Like, there used to be honor amongst thieves, and it seems like people don't have that anymore.
yeah,
Kids,
the white man, yeah.
Women and children, man. I love olives
and
on
mushrooms.
pizza.
Forget about it.
Oh yeah, I it's so funny. That's how I eat my pizza.
Oh yeah,
Like,
olives and mushrooms.
Oh yeah, when Isaiah, our pizzas are like, I'll get either pepperoni, olives, and mushrooms, and half cheese for Isaiah, because he's a plain Jane kind of guy. Ollie, a guy without a white, the white van thing. Enjoy your time off. Absolutely, Liz. 2 days off is awesome. He was on meth and crack. See, I didn't know any of these details. I got bored. And changed the channel. Like, I know this is going to sound strange, but like where I'm from, we call each other like, hey, dude, there's a high-speed chase on. My mom will call me and be like, bro, there's a high-speed chase on. I go and get my son. I'm like, dude, there's a high-speed chase. It's a family event, So my pops was like that. He was like, hey, since I was a little kid, so we would just continue in the family tradition. Hey, look at this idiot. But I said this the other day. I saw that off and on YouTube. Some screwball was spamming. Kilroy, you and I were watching at the same time.
Oh my God.
I saw that. I literally had my phone because I was watching it. I was watching it on TV. But I'm gonna tell you, high-speed chases are so much more fun when you have a chat, because people say the stupidest things. Human beings are weirdly presumptuous. Like, I have a friend, more olives and mushrooms, anchovies, please. That's how I eat my pizza. Like,
God, I might have to order a pizza now.
Freeform. Oh, yeah, he probably was high on speed. He got his face asking for change and followed me. I gave him $1, and then I told him, Portland is, I'm gonna buy, you need one of those cattle prods. I'm gonna get you a cattle prod that people have to stay 2 feet away from you. It's just a big giant metal stick that shocks people. My prison guard brother had one because feds can buy anything.
Yeah, I gave my taser to my my kid's mom because she was having some issues with somebody at work, and I was concerned. So now I gave her a taser and showed her how to use it, like the actual taser pulse guns.
Oh, those are fun. Those are fun.
Yeah, been tased. It hurts.
It does. It does. I got tased in the knee. Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah, somebody like I was running my mouth to somebody and they're like, "Oh yeah," and they went boom and hit me
Oh, like
right. Oh yeah, my leg went up and everything. It's crazy. It's literally like getting knocked on the knee and involuntarily kicking, because it sent electrical charge through the body.
Billy Club. And that's the thing, like with the cop tasers, like they'll tase you for 5 seconds, right? It'll like continually shock you for 5 seconds, but then it goes off, so the cops can handcuff the person. A civilian one, they're designed so you shoot and tase somebody, and then you can drop the taser and run, and it'll still tase them for 30 seconds.
Dang.
And like, dude, I was like 5 seconds was hell. Like I can imagine like 30 seconds of just like convulsing on the ground. Damn.
One of the reasons I never used my taser is because I was scared of killing somebody. So I never like, what if someone has a heart condition?
Yeah.
Here's me having compassion for my enemies.
Yeah. We were doing we were trying to pick up this guy. I think it was for a warrant, and he ran, and the cops were chasing him and everything. And this guy who owned it was a car lot. The suspect was running through the car lot, and the guy goes into his office, pulls out his taser, and shoots the guy as he's running by, and hits him dead square in the nuts. And so the guy's like sitting there tasing from his balls for 30 seconds, and the cops are just like, the cops had their cameras on, and they were just trying so hard not to laugh the entire time as this guy's just twitching on the ground. Good times.
Oh man, that's like a video I watched on Twitter yesterday. There was a guy who spent 5 years digging a tunnel in a prison in like Bolivia or something, but he dug it to the guards' room.
Oh no.
So he spent 5 years digging a tunnel and he dug it to the guards' rec room. And the guards, they're like, this one guard's like this, but every other guard just has a smile on their face. Like, and he's like halfway through the wall. And all the guards are like, all that wasted effort, bro. All that. Venus, yes, comment of the evening. A security guard. There's a group that I used to be in. I had to get out of it because they would show like just all kinds of horrific things. But they had the Darwin Award Fridays, and it was on Facebook, but it was one of those weird hidden groups, and they would show like cartel killings, all kinds of crazy stuff. And I speak Spanish, so it's worse because I know what these people were saying.
And they're begging for their life. You can understand.
It's ugly. Oh man, that's like when I watch like stuff like the Ukrainian videos. When I watch Ukrainian videos, I don't speak their language, so I'm just watching the video. You know what I'm saying? But if you were to see someone like something that happened to someone in English, you'd be like, "This is the worst thing ever." Like this is the worst. But on that same group, they would always have Darwin Fridays. And they would show people that do the dangerous selfies. Well, like on those in those videos, they never show the person falling. In this group, they would show like the security cam of this person trying to take a selfie and falling off the Shard in England, or falling off like a tower in Japan, or it's crazy.
I remember seeing, I think Mr. Ballin did like a thing on one of the guys who his thing was like he'd go do crazy things on the edge of like some tall ass buildings, and like his last video was him like going to, I think it was some very tall, hotel, and he was doing pull-ups off the side of the thing, and he had his camera set up over there, and you could tell like, all right, he's like, all right, must be getting tired, so he, like didn't have enough strength to get himself back up, so you see him go, and then he like the last thing you hear is a little whimper as he lets go and falls to his death.
Oh my! See, I had to get that group got taken down because I couldn't stop watching those videos. Facebook was like, "How does this group exist in here?" And they got rid. That's awful. That's awful. Do you know Kilroy? I said that earlier about my town too. Like people always talk about LA and all this crime. Everyone's on drugs. Everyone's on meth. Like, well, not everyone, but like when somebody gets their Cadillac converter stolen or your generator stolen, it was never from someone on weed. It was never from someone.
Someone freaking jacked. Like I work for the government, a federal agency, and someone jacked our federal car's freaking catalytic converter.
And they're walking around with a wheelbarrow
Dude.
for the.
Like you just made that a federal crime, dude. Like,
Gosh. That's why I said earlier about like when I go to the recycling place, and it's only because I'm part of management. When I see people like obvious tweakers come with like 300-400 pounds of copper wire, I'm like, dude, you guys, you're snakes. And a lot
someone's wiring.
out here, all the time, people, I'm trying to not upset the algorithm, but I've said quite a few things this evening, but like they get offed all the time because they don't know electricity.
Oh yeah, that's true. You get
Man,
zapped by freaking 240. You're freaking.
These kids, as someone who works with electricity, these kids are doing this with no gloves. They might as well be standing in a bucket of water. See, I can't say it without laughing, even though it's not funny. Like, it's crazy.
I remember when we were setting up when we first got to Iraq and we had to set up power. We set up shop in one of Saddam's bombed out palaces, and so for ground, instead of pounding in our own freaking our own ground cable, we're like, oh, we'll just use the building's internal all the metal rebar that they have in there. So I remember like they fired people behind me were fired up the generator and everything like that. It was my job to ground it. Well, I was we were on the second floor of one of these houses, so I was reaching into this hole where the actual literal bomb went through and exploded. I'm reaching in there to ground it to the rebar, and I'm a stupid kid, right? Like this isn't even part of my fucking job, and so I'm like, I gotta hook it up, and I'm just resting my arm on it, and then they transfer the fucking bah! I'm like, it's a 240 generator, so it fucked me up, dude.
You're lucky to be here.
Yeah, I was like, oh, like I was just touching it and it blasted me off rather than like grabbing onto it or something. Oh,
now I have that song, Dumb Ways to Die. That's crazy. That's crazy. But it's funny. Inexperience, you'll live with inexperience. You'll live. Ignorance truly is bliss when you don't know what you're doing. That's why drunks survive car crashes. Because they're so loose, they're so like ready to take the fall,
Yeah.
It's good because it encourages people to get professional help over going to prison, but it's bad because I do see much more drug use and open now. Yeah, that's the problem. Spain legalized all their drugs, and Portugal did as well.
Yeah.
And their crime went down. Everything was great, but they have zombie zones now.
Oh, is it just that people just fucked up?
Like you turn a corner, everyone's on heroin. It looks like a horror movie, but their crime's gone down.
Yeah. Well, if you make the things that are illegal legal, I guess you're gonna have less crime.
Yeah. Some folks need to touch a hot stove. I was never that kid. My parents would have let me stick a fork in a socket. They were like, where I'm from, we have a saying called "That way you learn." Back when I worked on a trawler, I was doing the washing on the wharf, and the washing machine stopped. I was standing in a puddle of water barefoot and started wiggling wires looking for a bat. Oh, that scares me. A long time ago when I had a flip phone, I had it charged in, and I have where my hose is connected to my house in my backyard, it has a slow leak. It did. And I had a bucket underneath it, a wash tub bucket, because I'm lazy. And so it filled up over time, Isaiah knocked my flip phone into the bucket of water, and the bucket of water starts dancing in the backyard. I ran, I swiped the cord out, you know. Yeah, dude, that's a good way to get her connection. I forgot to unplug it. I was shaking for I've been electrocuted. It's no joke. I've been electrocuted. It is no joke. That new drink zombie drug is super weird. I was talking about that earlier. No, thank you. No, thank you. Skits, have you heard about the zombie virus they found in the ice?
No.
There was a real life zombie virus that turns people into zombies found in the ice. Sounds like the beginning of every Superman movie I've ever.
Right? Like, pretty sure there's gonna be some like Resident Evil shit or something going down. Like,
Oh my God, there's a hotel around here, a small one, that every floor had 3-4 heroin addicts that basically just set up shop in the halls there. I don't even know how to react to any of this because I think people should be allowed to, like, we should have safe places for these people, but also in the same sense, like, as somebody who does outreach for homeless people, you would be surprised how many homeless veterans are on drugs. So it hurts me. It hurts me. Like, there's got to be a better solution than letting people get high. But I'm all for, like, hey, man, if you can handle it, do it. But there's got to be a better solution, you know?
yeah.
But that's
And how
what we're
many of
here
these?
for. Let's discuss.
Yeah, like how many of these vets are out there that they're getting, they're addicted to opiates because of the VA? Because for a long time they were just handing out oxycodone like it was fucking candy.
Yes, I actually know an ex-girlfriend of mine. She started on oxys at 40 years old. Someone stupidly told her heroin was cheaper. She was dead by 45. She's actually famous in my circle of people that I know. Like, we talk about her all the time because she was stereotypical blonde hair, blue-eyed Orange County soccer mom. She was on that show, Miracle Makeover. She was gorgeous, but she had an addiction problem. And she started doing drugs later in life, 40 years old, and she was dead by 45. Like, it's just sad.
Yeah, these sites that are, you know, get your drugs here sites or whatever, the legalization, they need, if they're gonna make it legal, they need to put a bigger emphasis on treatment. Like,
Yes.
not
Yes.
just handing out drugs, but actually treating these people. Because a lot of people, it's not the fact that they're getting high, it's the fact that they know the withdrawals suck, so they're just trying to not do that.
That's I know I'm laughing because, like, that's like me and coffee. Like, I'm scared to stop drinking coffee to see what would happen if it's my blood type. I've been like electrocuted. It is no joke. Like, ugh.
Oh yeah.
I started shaking when we started talking about it because it traumatized me. And when I got in my car accident, I'm lucky I didn't die. And the sound, I hit a pole, and the sound of the voltage going, like, melting my engine was unreal. That just like
Jesus.
that sound was unreal.
Fun fact, police tasers are 50,000 volts.
Good grief. Self-medicating is a problem. Drugs are not always the problem, but the reason why folks turn yes to them is problematic. I agree 100%.
Absolutely.
Also, the VA has become an elder care facility and not managing current vet issues and rehab. I agree. Because oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was like, I personally love my VA healthcare. Like, I'm a big fan. I've had one or two issues in my decade of with the VA. Yeah, like, I get it. Some people, like, they have bad experiences, and yeah, and unfortunately, I think as you mentioned, like, it's very understaffed, underfunded, and just it's a lot of, as you mentioned, a lot of VA is now just treating the elderly like the
Mhm.
because there's so many Vietnam vets and everything that the VA's, they're great at very specific things. Like, they're great at injuries, they're great at replacing limbs, they're great things like that. But it was never really designed as an elder care facility, so it has to work with other agencies within the VA to make stuff like this happen. It's complicated.
Do you think there's a solution, or is it just an unmanageable problem?
I think that they need to stop any efforts of privatizing the VA and actually fund it better.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, really, the biggest problem with our VA here is we can't keep pay parity with the civilian world. So if a doctor is like, okay, I'm going to be treating essentially the same stuff, but being paid 20,000 more to, do work over here at Kaiser,
Yep.
why would I work for the VA? And I think they just need to, because the doctors are great. They're the same doctor. I love my doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And, my doctor's name is Dr. Doctor. How could you not like that? Like, but like, yeah, I think it comes down to funding. They're just, they so much of our tax dollar goes to the military, but the military is not the VA. Like, the VA gets such a small amount of the tax dollars, like less than NASA. Well, maybe not less than NASA, but they get such a small, considering all the money they pump into making these disabled veterans. They should pay to help them out.
It seems strange to me that they don't, because it's a
They
cycle.
love the
Like,
soldier, fuck the veteran.
it's the same argument almost with people who are anti-abortion. Okay, then you better have something in place to help raise this child,
Absolutely.
like, for the rest of its life.
Yeah, because I mean, especially with, like, you probably all heard about, like, the burn pit stuff and things like that. Like, there's a lot of vets that, even they come out of the military and they're like, okay, I'm feeling relatively fine, and just like Vietnam, like, 10, 20 years later, they're like, well, now I'm dying of Agent Orange, or now I'm dying of the burn pit chemicals.
Yep.
And they don't, like, okay, and the funding to take care of those soldiers are all coming from the VA, so they can't, then adequately treat all the other stuff that they're trying to do. It's vicious.
We are one of the only countries in the world that does this, though, to this scale. And we do it to it's so strange that we do it to the people we claim that we need the most. And I will say, though, it's because of the Vietnam era men, while there are people standing at airports clapping when soldiers come back, because that generation was literally spit on in airports.
Absolutely. And that's like, yeah, is part of my job. I deal with a lot of Vietnam veterans, and like, I tell them all the time, like, you guys, like, when you came home, you were spit on and called a baby killer. When I came home, I got a fucking applause.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's the reason I have a job. Really, it comes down to our charter within, the VA. It comes down to the Vietnam vets. Like, the only reason we existed was because of the Vietnam vets, because they weren't getting the help that they needed when they came out. So they made, vet centers and things like that, so they could get counseling. And it's I still make it a point every day, not every day, every time I meet a Vietnam vet, that not, it seems almost self-aggrandizing for a vet to say, thank you for your service to another veteran. But I always make sure to say, welcome home.
Oh,
they
that's
never
awesome.
got it.
Yeah. Especially to that generation. I never heard my father ever say a cross word, but he did not like hippies. And it was because of that. One of the greatest stories he ever told me was, and I probably already told it, in Portland, Oregon. This was before he went to Nam. They would practice on Goose Island, and they had boats. It was the Navy. They had their own dock and everything. Well, they were docked on the other side of Portland, and a bunch of people were trying to storm the naval yard, and they had no weapons on them because they were, in the middle of Portland, Oregon, and all they had on the boat was a Tommy gun. And, this was like World War I era Tommy gun. So the hippies, and when the way my dad told the story was that there was thousands of them, it was probably like 500 or 600. Okay. But they're running down a hill, and he's literally standing on the dock with a Tommy gun in his hand. And And they tell him, they're like, you have permission to pull the trigger. And he's this 19-year-old kid from Georgia, probably his first time on the West Coast. He pulls the gun, he pulls the trigger, and it's so powerful that he goes like this. And he goes in a circle. And he said, when he looked up, he was floating away from the dock because the boat was dragging the dock. But they were both slowly floating away because he had disconnected the dock from the bay because he had literally Swiss cheesed it, you know. And the only thing he was holding on to it was the boat. And different times, man. Different times. Those guys, that whole generation, all those guys, they went through things that people will never go through again because they were the last generation where everybody fought face to face. Everybody. You know.
Yeah.
So
remember when my unit responded to Hurricane Katrina, and we were there to support and serve and things like that, and we still had our weapons with us. So it was just kind of an awkward thing, because it's like because we have sensitive materials and we had security clearances, all that we had technically to defend said materials, and I'm sitting there going, wow, am I going to make it through, Iraq and everything like that? End up having to shoot an American? Like, is this what is this coming to? Like,
some of the saddest stories in LA are when a young man will come home after 4 or 5 tours, go to a party and get shot. Happens all the time here. Happens all the time. Because when you're in your clothes, you're a civilian. You're like everybody else. They don't know that you've given your life. It happens all the time here. It's the saddest thing.
Yeah. How many people, they come back from their 4th, 5th tour or whatever and like get drunk, get in a fight, get shot, or get in a car accident and die. Like, dude, you just made it back from like spending 4 years in the hell. And now this. You're gone.
Oh yeah. That's why and it's not healthy. The other side isn't healthy too, because I know people that, like my brother, he did almost 22 years in Iraq and Afghanistan off and on. And he's a total teetotaler, sober guy. And I tell him all the time, I'm like, that's not healthy either. You need to get a vice, bro.
Yeah, you need something.
Like, and he's like, I go hunting. I'm like, that's not a vice. You need
I like to watch the life leave the animal's eyes. They slowly choke it to death.
That's what I'm saying. Like him and his buddy, they shot this. I don't even know what you call it. They shot a deer. Okay, it was some prize ring thing. They had to do 2 trips back and forth. When he was describing it, I'm like, dude, you're describing it like you're in war, bro. Like, take an effing painting class, please. Go learn how to cook pasta properly. Go take a class at the local college. He lives in Montana. They probably don't have a local. No, he was raised by my father. He knows how to sew. My own neighborhood isn't the safest, and I've been planning on moving out of some standpoint. Shootings have skyrocketed. It is so crazy to me to see how crazy Portland, Oregon has changed.
It's like you don't think of it as the crime capital of the world. Like you think it's
Portland. It was gangster but safe. Like when I moved there, it was still kind of gangster, but it was more like wannabe-ish. But it was safe. I unfortunately saw a body in broad daylight. Yeah, no thing. Yeah, Portland. That's like some LA stuff. And see, that's the thing. Like I saw this thing on Twitter the other day, and this young lady, she was trying to clown people, but she was kind of right. Like she was saying, just because you're from New York or LA or something, it doesn't make you more tough. Like there are other places, like Mississippi is a scary place. You just don't know because you've never been there. You know what I'm saying? Like, go look up Mississippi's crime rate. You'll be like, oh, what?
For real.
I'm subscribed to just this really weird news station in Mississippi ever since. Okay, I'm going to get this wrong, but I can't remember her name. Hold on. It was Vicky something. She helped a man escape from prison. Oh, I can't remember. She was a sheriff, and she was in charge of her prison, and she helped her boyfriend break out. And they were it was national news.
Oh, is it the Vicky White?
Yes.
Yeah, and the guy's last name was also White.
Yes, Casey White or something like that, right?
Yeah, Casey. Yeah.
I don't know why, man, but that story, I watched every minute of it. I followed every news clip. I followed their local news station. Okay. I still watch their news. I would not live there. It is, and I'm from LA. Take that for whatever, take that however you want to, man. It is so dangerous out there. Fortunately, I know what I was getting into, and oh yeah,
Oh, cadaver lab.
they have social workers coming into my neighborhood to try to help. Oh wow, wasn't that in New York? No, Casey White. That was like in Alabama or somewhere in. It was a really big. It was like national news, but like Alabama, Mississippi, it's no joke. Did you see the Nazis in Ohio?
Nazis in Ohio? No.
There was a drag show and a bunch of like Nazis and anti-LGBTQIA people showed up, but these guys were flying swastikas and everything. You would not
It was
get that.
Lauderdale County, Alabama, by the way, is where that Vicky White was.
Alabama's no joke. I watched their news. I would not move there. I would not move there. Alabama, man. And I have family that lives in Savannah, Georgia. And from what they tell me, I wouldn't live there either. And it's peaceful out there.
Yeah, I visited Savannah. There's another nice little college town there. Yeah, I went there for St. Patrick's Day. Oh my God, that place is off the hook.
And it's clean too.
Yeah.
Like I've been to certain cities where I'm like, wow, it's really dirty here. And I've been to other places where I'm like, wow, this is oddly clean here. Like this is oddly clean. That's the one thing I liked about it. Exactly. That's the one thing I liked about the South. All right, let's open up my Instagram. I haven't posted in years, and I just randomly started going off. Oh, my high school friends who don't understand but accept my life choices have started liking all my stuff.
Doesn't understand.
I had some hardcore jock friends who like when they started getting in on my Twitter and on my they're like, wait a minute. They're like but people from the West Coast are a little bit more open-minded, you know. They're a little bit less
trying to sell you crypto, like certain accounts.
No, I have a thing. Like I will be friends with anyone on anything, but the second you try to sell me an MLM or crypto, I'm blocking you. Blocking you.
So Skits Crasher is blocked.
I wouldn't wish that learning on my worst enemy. Show your IG handle so we can subscribe, please. Oh, let me check.
God, because I don't know if I have an Instagram.
Let me check. I think I can do it nerdy style. Let's see if it's still in here.
Do I have an Instagram?
Let's see if it's still, because I posted on my Instagram of continuous godless sewing.
Oh, I guess I do. It's sending me a security code.
An unrecognized. No, that's not unrecognized. It's me, Instagram. Let him in.
Let me in.
Thank you for checking though. That's me. Okay, home. Oh, I have not been on. I don't even know what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, it's okay. Here, I'll do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to share it because I'm so surprised it was saved in my computer. Yay, you're home. Good.
Yay.
We are not boomers. Just the problem is I was raised by one pre-boomer and one boomer. Exactly. I fear for you sometimes because you do. Liz lives in the city, like in the actual real city. Okay, present, share screen.
God, it's been so long since I've logged in. It's like, you need to change your password, please.
Can you see it?
Oh,
Godless Sewing, and it's at Sewing in Circles because they wouldn't let me put Godless Sewing at Godless Sewing. That's what it was. They wouldn't let me. I
don't even know how to search. Oh, there we go. Godless.
I haven't posted it in a while. That is a desert flower. That's I am so lame. I post
Yeah.
sewing machines on Instagram.
I don't even know how to find people on Instagram.
Oh, that's a pretty. Look how beautiful that is. Look how pretty that is.
That is very green.
I put it in the grass because it's a grasshopper.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh god, this is all the stuff that you've.
Oh yeah,
That's
this
your
is
fabric
like,
store.
this. Oh, it won't. There it goes. This is my old school stuff. I made all that by hand. That's crazy.
Oh, cross stitching.
You can tell by my chin. That was like a year and a half ago.
Oh,
That was
no
almost
facial hair.
2 years ago, actually.
When Grumpy Cat was still cool.
I when Grumpy Cat died, I legitimately cried because Liz sent me a meme that said, "This is heaven. I hate it." And it was during 2020, so I was all emotional, and I was like, "Grumpy Cat!" And I cried. I broke.
She broke you.
Some of this I've remade. Some of this, like, that's been remade. Well, that's been there. I still have that one.
Nice. Make hell great again.
It's a lot of this. Oh, I think that's a work of art. Come on, the croc on the clock. Come on, if anyone's ever seen Peter Pan,
I love it. That's awesome.
And that's
what the hell is that on though? Is that your pants?
Yeah, it's on a fountain in my backyard. I'm bougie. But we had water restrictions, so I had. Oh, there's my Husqvarna naked. I forgot what that thing looked like before the stickers.
You're gonna get kicked out of another group.
I loved that grasshopper. Let me click out of here. I love but I'm gonna start up my Instagram again because Phoenix Electro Circus. She totally suggested that I do the So Frugal thing, and it's up my alley. But you have to have an Instagram to be in the contest. So I have resurrected my my Instagram for the third or fourth time. I am weirdly modest where I don't get like naked or anything. So like no one cares about my Instagram.
Oh man. Like
no,
I think all I have on my Instagram is just like news stuff. Like it's literally just like New York Times, ABC, CNN. Have a naked sewing. That's his OnlyFans account. You got to pay extra for that.
I've been threatening for years that I was going to read a biology book with my shirt off. I still might do that. I got to do push-ups and sit-ups for a month or two, but I still might do that. I still might.
I recommended to my one of my buddies, he's a weirdo, but he's great. Slim Cyborg. In fact, that's his thing back there. But I was like, you should start an OnlyFans where you're just naked and just reading the Bible. That's all you do. You're just like
you would get a crowd.
Yeah.
Freaking oh, what is her name? I recently saw someone was like, "Oh, I'm bored with my OnlyFans." She made 6 figures a month. I was like, "I'm going to read a biology book with my shirt off. If you pay me that much."
Yeah, hope you pay taxes.
Thank you, Liz. Time to start sewing undergarments. I know. I need to start making undershirts for as much money as I pay for mine. Ooh, reading sewing machine manuals naked. I do have multiple. I could go with multiple cameras too. I have a nerdy amount of sewing machine manuals too.
What? You? No.
And I have ones that are big enough to block, like, at certain angles. See,
is that a humble brag?
Well, I can't. Well, it's different on OnlyFans because you can show your bits. I know somebody who did like a video where all she did was show, like, she just showed major boob, and like it was up for a while, and then one day YouTube took it down.
Naked sewing. How scandalous.
Have you guys ever seen the D'Angelo video where they just show him from like his waist up, but he's stark naked? I was thinking about doing a video like that. Because it's different for a man. Can a man show his nipples on YouTube?
Yeah. In fact, one of these streams, it was a lady who printed out men's nipples and then just stuck them over her nipples. And she's like, they're not women nipples. This is completely legal by your own, I'm like, okay, I
I've always
approve.
wondered about that. It's so hypocritical. I've always wondered about that. So,
Right.
so I can, man, I've said this 100 times. I'm sorry. And it's not a secret. Mine are indecent because they're a different color and they're huge. They're huge.
Dinner plate nipples.
Oh, what do they call Jupiter? Isn't there a saying like, I don't know. They're like, because of my skin tone, they're a completely different color and it's really indecent. Actually, let's see. I might have. Let me see if I have the picture in here. Let me see. No, I'm covering it. I'm covering it in that picture. But yes, that's me. Hold on. Let's make me big. This is me in 2019. This was pre-2020. And yeah, I'm covering them. But yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna read a biology book. I don't look like that now. I don't look like that now. I'm being deadpan honest. I gained like 45 pounds during COVID. I was stick skinny my whole life though, so gaining that much weight actually it was a good thing. During COVID, I just sat around and panicked and ate Little Caesars all the time.
So you couldn't even eat something good. God damn it! Now you still need to order for pizza, you bastard.
Yes, that's why not being able to show testicles is dumb. That is dumb to me. Because like if a woman had just shown that picture right now, she'd get her whole stream taken down.
Yeah.
And I showed a thirsty picture of me in my backyard when Isaiah and I used to go run. Like the fountain is so big that we can sit in it. So when he was little, that was like his pool.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, I miss those days.
Oh,
Oh, when he was the little guy. Now he's just
that's
resentful.
funny. Like somebody like asked for a picture of my kid, and I showed him like a picture when he was like 2 years old. I'm like, back when he was still cute, not just a stinky teenager that does unholy things in his room.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. I utterly and completely. Isaiah went off with his mom. I took his sheets. I mopped his floor. I'm like, I am tired of the teenage smell. I don't know what it is. I flipped his mattress. I took his screen off of his window and I chucked his mattress out on the side of my house. And I was like, I'm gonna air this thing out for a minute. Like, and yeah, that was this last weekend. I lost it. I was like, ever since I quit smoking cigarettes, I can smell everything. You know.
For real,
Yes,
for
I
real.
got filthy. I'm sorry. That was my old thirsty. That was my old thirsty thumbnail. Gosh, that was from years ago. You keep describing them, but no pictures. No, they're gross. No, you have to teach condoms and self-pleasure. Yes.
True.
I think because I was raised Roman Catholic, I have this really weird like decency thing, like where I'm wearing long sleeves right now. Like I don't even show wrist.
Yeah.
Do you have any modesty? Do you have any modesty issues like that? I'm gonna run to the can real quick.
I'm typically a fairly I was a fairly modest person, but the army will take that out of you real quick. When
Would you walk around with your shirt off in a non-beach setting?
me, no, because I don't look good without a shirt on. If I if I actually worked out and had any sort of tone whatsoever, then I wouldn't have a problem with it. Again, because I'm more concerned about the people who have to see me. But like I like when my kiddo was real young, me and my partner at the time, and even him, we'd go to the nude beach, and like I have no problems doing that. Um, just because I guess I'm not the only old fat guy that's at the nudist beach. It's pretty common. So, but yeah, no, not typically. I would say. Like I even have a hard time doing that at the gym just because hey, I don't go to the gym. But when I did, it's just not having a shirt. I don't know. Like there were times that I was very self-conscious about my body. That's just a fat guy. Well, what I assumed as I was a fat guy, because and like even like going to the pool where I'd be
Thanks, bro.
like, I'd be, I wouldn't want to take my shirt off. But then I'm like, I'm not going to set this kind of example for my kid and be ashamed of my body and have him grow up to be a bigger kid and have him like, oh, my dad's ashamed, so being fat, air quotes, is bad, So I was like, no, fuck this, I'm not going to be ashamed of my body. I'm not going to flaunt it, but I'm not going to be ashamed of it.
I grew up around large people who were body affirming, and so they were like okay with their body, if you know what I'm saying.
So much respect and people for like that, and it's so weird because there's nothing inherently bad about it, except for me, morbidly obese people and health reasons. But like a bigger girl or a bigger guy, that used to be the thing. That used to be hot. Like, that was
I think there's nothing like a lot of the times people want to be what their body type isn't. Like we don't all have the same body type. I say this all the time. I dated a woman who was 6'4".
a big girl.
She had a completely different body type than a woman who's
Fucking
5'4".
Amazonian fucking
Yeah, she towered over me. I have a picture where the mankini and be proud of the budgie smuggler. I call them banana smugglers.
banana hammocks and things like that. Yeah.
I have yet to be that thirsty to get to that point. I saw there's a YouTuber who I don't like who put on a mankini, and I think he was just doing it for views, and it like he looked terrible. So if I ever did put on a mankini, it would be after 6 months of like heavy training where I come out looking like who does like The Rock or Marky Mark. Have you seen Mark Wahlberg's Unreal workout?
No.
He like if you ever get bored, look it up on YouTube. Like The Rock too. It's like I couldn't do it.
Man.
Thaw and heroin chic will never be. That's what I'm saying. Like people love to obsess over body types that they can't obtain. I'm okay with my body type. Like my lineage is weird though, because on my mom's side, they're larger people, and on my dad's side, he's skinny. He was skinny, like real skinny,
And like it's like with like you look at the BMI for a guy like me, 6'2", and it says that I'm supposed to weigh like 185 pounds, and I haven't weighed that since basic training. Like after graduating basic training, I've never, and after that, I've gone up. I've never weighed that much since before high school, or weigh that little. Excuse me.
Now I'm gonna look up
now
my
it's like
BMI.
I just since I've been dieting and exercising a little bit more, like I literally just crossed the boundary. I'm now officially just overweight instead of obese, and I'm like, I don't look obese. I'm not obese, but according to their numbers, it's like, oh, come on now.
Oh
No, I still
yay!
want a pizza.
Phoenix Electra started following me. Yay!
Yay! I don't know how to.
Let me follow back. Yay!
How do you? So is it under search?
Oh, I finally hit 100. Only took me 4 years. Yay! Moves. This was funny. Banana. Oh, the chat's still going off. Moves should be banned if testicles are. I agree. Did I follow back?
I can't find you for some reason. It's just godless _ sewing, right?
Yeah. I had to change it because they would not let me put Gala Sewing for some reason. I don't know why.
It doesn't see you. Like I type in like
I'm
I
not
just search for
popular. It's because I'm not.
search.
I'm like super underground.
Is it like can I go slash?
I'm shocked that I have as many followers on Twitter that I do. I am shocked. Let me go back to. I don't. It's been so long. Here we go. Okay, good. I am following. Good following. Does following mean you're following them, right? No, because I don't want to click it and then unfollow.
Oh, I see. That would be funny.
I'm a goof. Like I was, what do I know? I still have a typewriter and a record player in my house. What do I know?
They're listening to me. Like
What's that?
okay, so Instagram, right? Like, and I was just like trying to find you, so I fucking got frustrated. So I scrolled down, and the first thing that comes up is a CNN report: women in Berlin can now swim topless in public.
They're listening.
Like they're straight up listening to us. Like,
I'll tell you why, because mine's always trying to sell me sewing machines and like all the other stuff that I look up that I won't admit to. So it's trying to sell me all kinds of stuff. Oh, that's cool. I do need to get back on Instagram anyways, because like I need to get back into. I used to be so good. I would post on Twitter and then Instagram and then on YouTube, and now I'm just like jaded YouTuber. Old jaded YouTuber. Click 3 times if confused. I am that good. I almost time. I like sometimes I'll overclick and I'll like almost time people out on the chat. Like I'm a goof. I need your high IG handle again, Godless. I've been working. I'll send it to you. I just knocked the dust. I just knocked the dust off my Twitter today. Like just. And I realized that I hadn't posted since Isaiah's birthday, which was literally last year. So, yikes. But like, I'm not out to make money, okay? I'm not doing this for fame, but like, I got nowhere on Instagram. Nowhere. I made real friends, but like, I have over 3,000 followers on Twitter.
I have 2. Just 2. I think it's you and Phoenix.
I was gonna start a Twitter group, but it would have been the 3 of us. I'm still gonna do it. No, because no one else that at this point I have everyone else I've either blocked or they don't have a Twitter.
I like how you said like when I messaged you like, hey, this is my new Twitter. You're like, yeah, I figured no one under 30 knows what OG Skitscrasher means.
No one. Because I say OG all the time, and it's like I could tell the age. Like someone's like, okay, I know what you're saying, bro. I get it. That is definitely an age thing. Definitely. I was going to say, I think I am number 2. I'll get you some more. Subscribers. Reminds me of that song, just the 2 of us. I will officially have that stuck in my head. Because my son has ASD, like when I go to a grocery store, I'm not listening to the music. Wherever we go, Isaiah's like, they have the cringiest music here. Because he has superhuman hearing. Because people with ASD, they their chemistry is different and they can hear things, they process things different than we do. And now whenever I go into a grocery store, I'm like jamming at whatever tunes they're playing. But I went to the grocery store today and they were jamming. Like they played Bobby Brown, and Isaiah's always like, he gets embarrassed, so I start dancing. Especially when they put on, like, they played the Ghostbusters song. Do you remember the Bobby Brown version though from Ghostbusters 2?
Oh.
So I guess we're gonna have to take control. See, I'm such a crappy singer, I won't get copyrighted. all singers are safe when sewing starts singing. Trust me, and dancing. You guys are all safe. I'm not coming for anyone's career. I'm not coming for anyone's spot. Trust
Now I want
me.
to see you like hammer dance.
On all my, well, you know what? I'm thinking about revising a couple of videos because YouTube's blocked like 14 or 15 of my videos.
What?
If you don't live in America, I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know what, and it's probably one thing. And they won't tell me. And so
Just
I have
tell you what it is.
I have to sit down and watch these videos and see what the common denominator is. And that's painstaking because it's so many. Because I didn't realize it till the other day. I was flipping through my thing and I'm like, what? Oh, excuse me. And it's some of my older videos, but those are gold because I didn't care back then. And like, if you go back to my first video, like, and you watch what I've morphed into now, it's an evolution, you know? And you see this room grow. This room grows in those videos. This room, like, when I was watching my old videos, I'm like, holy cow, I had nothing in here a year ago. Like, or like a year and a half ago, you know?
I mean, hell, just a couple of months ago, you could clearly see all of your Klingon flags, and now they're just getting buried by sewing machines.
Well, it's because I busted the girls out of jail. I brought all my mannequins out.
To the girls.
Well, I feel bad because, like I always say, like, my father was an eccentric human being and he had mannequins. Everyone in my family hated them.
Terrifying.
And then like my brother, when my dad passed, he walks up to me, he's like, "Show, you gonna shoot the mannequins or what? Let me know when you're gonna shoot the mannequins. We're gonna blow them up or what?" And I'm like, no, we're not doing, you're not touching them. And you know how much dress forms cost? Dress forms are expensive. Like to get a mannequin, like a dress form is a headless mannequin that has a body. You can put pins in it. You know, those things are expensive, man.
Okay.
I had these things sitting in the shed.
Nice.
So
nice.
these mannequins are tools. I don't look at them as people. I don't anthropomorphize them. No, they are 30 pounds of plastic. That's it.
So are they like? You said are they hard? Like can you like are like the dress forms where you were just talking about? Can you put pins in them? Still,
no, these are real mannequins.
Oh, so
these
hard
are
plastic.
like this one. The oldest one I have, the one that's wearing the green sweater. That one is oh my gosh, how old is that thing? That thing is older than my son. The one wearing the green one. That thing is older than Isaiah. There's actually 3 mannequins in that picture.
1, 2.
The third one is in the back. The flag's hiding.
One, the black thing.
This room has grown. But it's not even nostalgia. It's part of my recycling nature. Like, why would I get rid of something when I can repurpose them as a tool? You know, what's the point of getting rid of something like that? Like, I could totally reuse these guys. So
Yeah,
I am all about keeping my mannequins going for as long as and the one in the front, that thing recently snapped in half. I got super glue and fixed that thing within 15 minutes.
nice.
At my grocery store, they play the shittiest modern pop music. No cool old music at all. I think whoever's in charge, whoever's the manager is my age, because I go to a different grocery store and they're playing like classical music and I'm like, I'm gonna fall asleep in here. It just depends. But I don't know, like, people put weird intentions on things. So when they say things, I'm like, you're a weirdo. So, and they're like, oh, it's a mannequin and this and this. Like, I guess I was never scared of clowns as a child. I was never scared. The only thing that ever scared me was Chuck E. Cheese. Think about it. A 6-foot rat, a human 6-foot rat. As a kid, that scared the whole, like, you couldn't get me near Chuck E. Cheese as a kid.
That's great.
Gotta keep them. But I'll tell you, they're the greatest employees. They don't ever ask for breaks. The mannequins are amazing. They are the greatest employees I've ever had. They don't ever complain. I can leave them in the sun for hours.
Don't need a smoke break. Don't need.
Nope. They stay. Oh, like I was gonna say, the green one is so old that my father gave it a employee ID at my job.
You're serious?
It has a name tag. Its name is Angelina Mannequin. Yeah. So I'm keeping all of them. I'm keeping them. It saves money. Don't need to pay. Damn right. Damn right. And Phoenix, I know you know that dress forms are expensive. Like every time I see one, I'm like, do I really want to pay money for this? Like I eventually will buy one because I want to get into hardcore tailoring. So I want one that's my size. Like eventually I'm gonna have to get a man one that's like the exact same. Well, it's not hard to be 5'9", so I can find it in 10 seconds. But and the camera, exactly. And my dad put a camera in one of the eyes, and it's worth more than all the mannequins in this room.
That's terrifying.
Oh, he put a heartbeat in I can't remember which one. But one day because he has a giant office. Well, he had a giant office, which is mine now. And I walked in there and I was in there by myself. If you watch too many scary movies, sometimes it's a terrifying feeling being in a big building on a hill by yourself. I've gotten used to it because I've been there for literally like except for 10 years of my life, my entire life. But it can be eerie. And one time I walked in and I heard a heartbeat. So I grabbed a pickaxe. And I know I'm in this building by myself. Like, this is a scary movie. And I have a saying, if life's a scary movie, I'm not dying in the first scene.
Yeah.
No
I ain't
way.
gonna be the first one dead.
Nope, this is not the 1980s. They make forms for men. I definitely need one my size. But it was the mannequin with the heartbeat. I named mine Sally. I look at the bootstrap, make your own form. I like at the bootstrap. That might not. That I should make my own form. You can get pinned into mine. It's just adjustable, but not great. I've seen some really bougie ones. Like the ones that I see, I'm like, I can't justify spending that much money. I can't. Not for a dress form. But eventually one day I will get the tailoring dress form. Should we call it skits? I've been rambling for 4 hours.
It probably should. I got my first day back to work tomorrow morning. But it was fun. Definitely fun.
You're missed.
Thank you.
You know what? We want to see your sewing machine. You're in a sewing crowd. This is a sewing crowd. I'm
excited, actually. I really am. I even like I printed out a little teddy bear template thing. Like I can, so I'm excited.
A big block of foam and wood rasp. It would be. Ooh. Oh, that's old school. Oh, that's old school. I always wanted one of those things that like Jackie Chan would have in the movies where you would fight those wood form things. They're made out of that. I always wanted one of those. But they're like you could easily make one. The only good adjustable were old, all metal and super expensive. That's the way of the world. Well, I want to thank everybody who watched and I want to thank everybody who watched. As always, reinforce your seams, be yourself. And I will definitely have a video out in a week or two, but I'm kind of weirdly taking a break because there's just been a lot of drama lately, and I weirdly won. So I'm gonna take my victory and go home. So with that being said, I thank everybody for tuning in, and reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time. Rock out with the clock.